Hi everybody, welcome back to my channel. Today's tutorial, and this is part one, there's going to be a part two, but in part one we are going to be working the little chick and the Easter egg pattern that I came up with. Well, I say I came up with. How this happened was at an antique store, actually a couple years ago. I found this and I thought, well, that's cute, and I untied it, opened it, and this little guy was inside. And I thought, I want to recreate this. And then what happened is it sat in my room, and I didn't mess with it, So fast forward, I don't know, 2 years, I finally, this year, decided, you know what, I'm going to make that. I want to get that done. I've had it forever. I want to make the tutorial. I'm tying it back up right now. So that is how this little project came about. If I can get this tied close. Okay. That is how this little project came about. So it's super easy, and I walk you step by step through the entire process. So in part one, we are going to make the little chick. I didn't mean to knock that over. And then in part two, we are going to make the egg cover. So a couple of things I want to talk about before we get started. And please, I know it annoys some of you that I talk at the intro of my video. I'm sorry. Somebody, if you want to, you just don't want to listen to anything that I have to say, put a link or, put a timestamp in the comments so people can just skip everything. And then when you mess it up, your fault, not mine. Anyway, sorry, that strikes a nerve. Anywho, so let's talk about something. I want to go over these little chicks with you guys. So if you see this one and this one, they are worked with, let me grab it, wherever, what did I, oh. They are worked with a 3-weight, I love this yarn from Hobby Lobby. The yellow is Sun Yellow, and the orange is just orange. Okay, I prefer the 3-weight yarn for these little chicks for several reasons. One being it leaves a lot of space inside of the egg, so you can add a piece of candy. You could add, I know when I was growing up, occasionally we'd find an egg or two that had some coins in it, or a dollar bill or a $5 bill. You could put a little bit of Easter grass inside there, make it super cute. All kinds of things with the 3-weight yarn little chick. And then also, it just makes a cuter little fit inside of the egg. And, we're not packing a big old chick inside there. Now, the reason I say that is because these two are the last 2 chicks that I made. This one is actually the first one I made, and he is too big for the little plastic egg inserts. So I had to make a egg cover, which I talk about in part 2. If your egg, or if your little chick comes out too big and he doesn't fit inside the egg, I walk you guys through how to make the little egg without the plastic insert. So this is the very first one I made, and I made him, if we could focus please, I made him out of 4-weight yarn, Red Heart Super Saver Bright Yellow and Pumpkin Orange, with a 3.5 millimeter crochet hook. And I can smash him in there, if I take the time to make sure he fits. And then, it's a tight close. And it doesn't, not every time does it stay closed like that. Most of the time it just pops right back open. But anyway, point being, he's just a little big. You can't get anything in there with him. And I thought, man, I want to try again. I want him to be perfect. So what I did then was went down to a 3.25 millimeter crochet hook. And he still just, he fits, it closes, it works. I'll tell you this, my hands hurt really bad by the time I got done with them because I was working those stitches so tight. So I highly recommend use a 3-weight yarn. Use a 3-weight yarn, and then we use a 3.5 millimeter crochet hook. Now, we use that size of hook. However, when we crochet the little chick, I make it a point to not work my stitches tight. Like, I don't want him to be super tight. I want him to be squishy. You know, when we stuff him, he's not too firm, and I can, manipulate him around, because let's say he just does not fit right inside that egg, and he needs to be adjusted. So I keep my stitches nice, even tension, not too tight, not too loose, and he came out a perfect little size. And then we use a 3.25 millimeter just for the little feet, because I wanted the feet to be, a little smaller than the chick is. So it's not 100% necessary. You could do the whole project with a 3.5, the chick anyway. So you can get your hooks, and then let me get my yarn. Here's my yarn. And then let's talk about the little eyes. So if you noticed, this guy has little safety eyes. Well, I do not like that, his little beak. Let me take him out. I did that as a kind of just a practice to see if I liked it. These are the little safety eyes that I used. I'll put a link in the description box. I think they're 4 millimeter. I'm not 100% sure. However, they do not come with safety backs. So what I did was I worked so far down his head, stopped, and put a big old dollop of hot glue around the post on the inside of his head on each eye, and let that cool, and then finish the project. There's quite a bit of a post left after you put it in there, so I just kind of trimmed the post down with a pair of scissors, and then, work my project. And I tell you in the tutorial where to put the safety eyes if you're choosing to use safety eyes. I totally understand these are for kids, so to just hot glue like little googly eyes, they're going to pop right off there. So totally your discretion. You do what you want to do for the safety eyes, or for the eyes. You could just do, you could sew buttons on, you could do little French knots before you stuff the head, whatever you want to do. I loved the little googly eyes. But anyway, like I was saying, I will put a link in the description box for these little safety eyes that I got. And then if you want to use the little googly eyes, these are a pack that I got from Walmart. You get my little label. And I specifically wanted the 5 millimeter. So what we use for these little guys are 5 millimeter safety eyes. So those are the little ones. But like I said, I got this little pack from Walmart. So you can get yours there, or you can go on Amazon, wherever. The point being, you need 5 millimeter safety eyes, if that's what you're wanting to use. Let's see, what else? I got my safety. Oh, the little beak. All I did was took a sheet of my felt, orange felt, and I cut out a beak shape, which I hate cutting felt. I cannot do it right. I don't do a good job. Drives me nuts. Anyway, so get you some felt for a beak, and then I used a hot glue gun to hot glue the little eyes on. But like I said, you don't have to do that. You can you could use the safety eyes, maybe you can find a pair of safety eyes that are small enough that has a back on it. Because like I said, mine didn't come with backs, which I wish I would have known that when I ordered them. Anyway, okay, so then you're going to need a needle to weave in your ends. Get you a pair of scissors. And then I use a little bit of polyfill to stuff my little chick with. Stitch markers, I recommend at least 3 or 3 items to mark your stitches, whichever you choose to use. And then try to make sure I show everything. Oh, I did use a pair of, these are my craft tweezers. I don't use these for anything else. I just use them for craft. I use these to mark, keep track of where I want to place my eyes. And I did use, not 100% necessary, if I can find, oh, they're actually holding up my egg. I did use a couple of pins to, you know, make sure I place the eyes and the wings and everything in a nice even space apart. So yeah, that's just for the chick. In part 2, we're going to work the egg, so you're going to need different supplies in part 2. So don't forget to check that one out. I'll have that linked in the description box. Let me just take 2 seconds to make sure I showed everything that I used. Yes, I did. All right, so get all of your guys' supplies together and let's get started. All right, so to get started, you can either use the magic ring here or you can just do this little chain that I'm going to work. And the reason I say that is because the magic ring, let me show you. The magic ring, or working this chain that I'm going to show you, keeps the top of that head a nice closed hole instead of chaining so many, slip stitching to form a ring and then working into that ring. It's never going to get fully closed. So working it like this is a lot better. All right, my chair is bugging me. Okay, so we're going to start with a chain of 3. 1, 2, 3. And then into that first chain, so the third chain from our hook, we're going to work 8 single crochet into that ring. I'm going to work 1, I said ring, I'm sorry, chain. I'm going to work 1 single crochet and then I'm going to stop and mark that because I don't want to lose that first single crochet. Okay, so there's 1, 2, I'm going to go over my tail, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay, so I'm going to pull that tail and see how it fully closes that up. Now, you can weave your tail in now if you want. I'm just going to snip mine and then I'll weave in the tail later because it's super long, so I'm just going to trim it down a bit. All right, so that is round 1. So we are going to move on to round 2. In round 2, we are going to work an increase and then a single crochet. So we're going to work an increase for this pattern is 2 singles into 1 stitch. So what I'm going to do is remove that stitch marker, and into that very first single crochet, I'm going to work 2 singles and then continue to mark my first single. So I wanted to show you guys, I don't know if you can see this. Right there, you see it? See the top of my stitch marker, all of those little lines? Those are little stress fractures, so I know that my stitch marker is getting ready to break. All right, mark that first single. Okay, so 1 more into there. So that's 2. So there's my increase. So now I'm going to single crochet into the next. Increase into the next. Single into the next. Increase into the next. Single into the next. Increase into the next. And then single into the last single, and we should have 12 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Good deal. Okay, so that was the end of round 2. Let me mark off where we are. Round 3, we're going to work 1 single crochet all the way around. So I'm going to single into my very first single, stop, mark that with the stitch marker so we don't lose track of our rounds, and then single crochet into each single all the way around. And again, we still should have 12 single crochets. Okay, I want to double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, so for round 4, we're going to work an increase into the very first single. My light just flickered. Into that very first single crochet. 1 and 2. All right, mark that first one. And now we're going to single crochet into the next 3. So 1, 2, 3, and then increase into the next. Single into the next 3. Increase into the next. Single into the last 3. I about said next 3 or next, but then I realized that's our last 3. I thought I split that. All right, so now we should have 15 single crochets. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Perfect. All right. So I'm actually going to pull up a loop and I'm going to weave in my ends while I still can get to it. I'm trying to find my needles. There we go. All right. So all I'm going to do is continue so I can see when I look at my end, see how it's coming out right there. So I can tell that it's made this circle. So I'm just going to continue it around and then skip a few stitches, come back. Let's see. This is so hard to do on camera. Come this way. Pull that tight. I'm going to take it a little farther. All right, now I'm going to come back, and instead of going right back in where I'm coming out right there, I'm going to skip a few stitches, or a few strands of stitches, I'll say, and come back this way. There we go. Now I'm going to cut it. Flip that back over. Okay, there we go. Now we are ready to move on to round 5. Mark that off. Okay, so round 5, all we're going to work is one single crochet all the way around. So the same as round 3. Take out your stitch marker, single crochet into the first single, Stop and mark that so you don't lose track of your round, and then just work one single crochet around. All right, so I'm going to pause my video and let you guys work this all the way around, and I will be right back. All right, so I worked that all the way around. Now to start round 6, we're going to do the exact same thing. So what I want you guys to do is for round 6 and 7, just work one single crochet around. Remember, mark your first stitch so you don't lose track of your round. This is round 6. So I'm going to work this round, and round 7, we do the exact same thing, just single crochet around, okay? I'm going to work mine off camera, and I will be right back. All right. So I have worked round 6 and 7. So right here, nope. Right here, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Okay, so let's work round 8. So round 8, we're going to start to decrease our little head to make it smaller for the little neck portion. So what we're going to do is we're going to decrease over the first 2 single crochets. Now, I don't want you just to work a normal single crochet decrease. We're going to work what's called an invisible decrease. And the only difference between the invisible decrease and a normal decrease is just that we're going to be working it in the front loops only. And what that does is it kind of decreases the chances of your decrease leaving holes in your work. Does that make sense? Because us working into the front loops of these stitches leaves that back loop to kind of cover any hole that might, originally form. So a normal decrease, you insert your hook into the first stitch, pull up a loop, insert into that next stitch, pull up a loop. You have 3 loops on your hook, and you yarn over and pull through all 3, okay? But for the invisible, we're going to go through the front loop of the single crochet only, pull up a loop, go into the next front loop only, pull up a loop. There's your 3 loops, yarn over and pull through all 3 loops. So I am going to mark that with my stitch marker so I don't lose track of my row. All right, now we're going to single crochet into the next, and the single is just a normal single. All right, now we're going to decrease again, work the invisible decrease. So front loops only. Decrease. Mark off where we are so I don't lose track. Okay, now we're going to single crochet into the next 2. 1 and 2. Decrease again over the next 2. Front loops only. There and there. Single crochet into the next. Decrease again, front loop only. Single crochet into the next. And now we're going to decrease over the last 2. Front loops only again. 1 and 2. Just like that. I am going to get a different stitch marker. This one's bugging me. Okay, so that is the end of round 8. And we should have, if we did it right, 10 single crochets. Or 10 stitches, let me say that. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good deal. Okay, so now, mark off my row, we are going to stuff our little head. So all I'm going to do is take a couple little pinches, and remember, like I said in the intro, we do not want, where'd he go? Here he is. We don't want to overstuff him. because we don't want him to look, see how you can't see the stuffing through those stitches? And he's still squishy, he's still pliable. I just squished his mouth open, that he fits inside the egg with no problem. So this is the part I want you guys to be careful on. And it's, I mean, we're not fastening off the head. So if you overstuff it or understuff it, you have plenty of time to change it. It's not a big deal. And if you want to use, if you're choosing to use safety eyes, now is when you insert them. Insert them between rows 4 and 5, and then 1 stitch between, depending. I mean, it's up to you. You may like it with more stitches or, you know, what have you. But you go in between rows 4 and 5. So here's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So you go somewhere in here and then just have 1 stitch in between. But I prefer the Google eyes just because I think they're cuter, and I mean, I realize a kid is probably going to be able to pick them off, so I totally understand if you're choosing not to use the safety eye, or I mean the Google eyes, googly eyes, whatever. It's totally up to you. Anyway, so I'm going to call that good on stuffing my little head. Maybe a tad too much. I don't know. I don't see the polyfill through my stitches, so maybe it's good. All right. So that is round, or I mean, we just finished round 8. So to move on to round 9, all we are going to do for round 9 is work 1 single crochet all the way around. I have to take my wedding ring off. I have been losing weight, and I just about lost it the other day, so I put a Band-Aid on it to make it tighter on my finger, and the Band-Aid like holds the yarn. So if I take my wedding ring off, I can crochet a little better. Okay. Back to it. All right, work 1 single crochet into each stitch all the way around. There's 1. Mark that. 2. I got some of that polyfill. 3. 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay, let me move. Mark off round 9. Guys, my cats. Okay, round 10. We are going to work an increase into the very first stitch. So into that very first single, work 2 single. Mark your first one so we don't lose track of our round. And then single crochet into the next. And that's what we're going to repeat around. Increase into the next. Single crochet into the next. Increase. Single into the next. Increase. Single into the next, increase into the second to last, single into the next. So we should have 15 single crochets. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Uh-oh. I have more. Let me double check that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I have 16 stitches. How about I am not going to work an increase into my very last. Just take that out. If you have 15 working around, that's perfect. I must have missed a stitch somewhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. I messed up somewhere. That's all right. No big deal. Nobody's going to notice on his little head. All right, let me mark out row 10 or round 10. Round 11, we're going to work 1 single crochet all the way around. All right, into the first one. Mark that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so that's round 11. Round 12, we're going to work an increase into the very first stitch, single into the next 2. Increase, single into 2. Increase, single into 2, all the way around, and we should have 20 single crochets when we're done. So I'm going to increase into the first. Mark my first one. Single into the next 2. Increase into the next. Single into the next 2. Increase. Single into the next 2. Increase. Single into the next 2. Increase. And then single into the last 2. Oop, I missed a loop on that one. Didn't mean to do that. There we go. Okay, now we should have 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Yay! All right. Now we are going to move on to round 13. And round 13, we increase into the very first. Right there. Mark my first one so I don't lose track of my rounds. And now we're going to single crochet into the next 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Increase into the next. single into the next 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, increase, 1, 2, 3, 4, increase into the next, and we should single crochet into the last 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good deal. All right, so we should have 24 single crochets. Oh, he's so cute. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. All right. All right, for round 14, 15, and 16, all we're going to work is 1 single crochet around. So I think you guys can handle that. Work your first single, mark with a stitch marker, single crochet around. There's 14. Do that again for 15. Do that again for 16. All right, so 3 rounds of single crochet. I'm going to let you guys work that off camera, and if you need any help whatsoever, in the description box is my email address. Shoot me an email and I will help you out as soon as I can, okay? So I'm going to get mine done off camera, work your 3 rounds of single crochet, 14, 15, and 16, and I will be right back. Okay, so I have worked that, I about said all the way around. I have worked those 3 rounds. So now for round 17, we're going to start decreasing. So I'm going to take out my stitch marker, and you still, at this point, you should have 24 single crochets. All right, so for round 17, we're going to invisible decrease. So again, front loop only, decrease. I'm going to stop and mark that so I don't lose track of my round. And then we're going to single crochet into the next 2. 1, 2, decrease, single into the next 2, decrease, single into the next 2. All right, I'm going to let you guys finish this round, and I'm going to get mine done off camera, and we should have 18 single crochet at the end of round 17. I'll get mine done, and I will be right back. All right, so I worked that around. Let me double check that I have 18. So I worked a decrease, and then I had 2 single crochets left. So I have 1, 2, 3, get out of there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Perfect. I think somebody outside may have started mowing. I can't tell. I hear something. Anyway, let's move on to round 18. So for round 18, we're going to kind of do the exact same thing we just did. The only difference is we're going to work 5 single crochet instead of 2. So we decrease again over the first 2. Mark that. And now single crochet into the next 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, decrease over the next 2. Sorry about that squeaking. That drives me insane. Anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And now we're going to decrease over the next 2, and you should have 2 single crochets left. Decrease. All right, single crochet into the last 2. And now we should have 15 single crochets. 15 stitches, sorry, not just single crochets. All right, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All right, now at this point is where we are going to call it good on the head. So if you want to stuff it a little bit more or maybe take some of the stuffing out, now is the time. And I'm actually going to add just a touch more, not a whole lot. Well, that's probably too much. I'm going to go right in there. And then I like to use the back of my crochet hook to really get in there. And then I'm going to check it because I don't want to overstuff. I don't want you to be able to see any polyfill through the stitches. I would say I am right at that point. Any more and you'd be able to see too much for my comfort. So I'm going to stop. Now we can add a little bit of stuffing to our body. We're not going to fully stuff our body. We're just going to add a little bit right now, and then we're going to work one more round, and then we will finish it off. And it's the same concept. We don't want to overstuff because we don't want to be able to see our polyfill through our stitches. On the other hand, we want it to be a little squishy so it fits perfect inside the egg. I'm really starting to not be comfortable with how much polyfill is in the head. I'm going to let it go. Okay, so I am going to say that's good for now. If I want to add more, I'll add it after this next round. Okay, let me mark off round 18. All right, so for round 19, we are going to work a decrease and then single into the next. And we're going to repeat that around. Try not to catch any of the polyfill. If you can, just use your other finger and kind of push your polyfill down so you can work around it. We're going to decrease over the first 2. Front loop only still. Decrease. Mark that. Single crochet into the next. Decrease. Single crochet into the next. So I'm just using my finger to squish down that polyfill. Decrease, single into the next, decrease, single into the next, decrease, single crochet into the last single, and we should have 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Uh-oh. Did I miscount? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So now we are only going to work, well, let me say this. Now is when we're going to finish up with stuffing your body. So if you want to add just a tad bit more stuffing, We're going to do that now, and I'm actually just going to do just a pinch, just about that much. And I just kind of put it into a little ball. And then just poke it in there. Just like that. Oop. Perfect. All right. We are going to work 3 decreases, and that's all we're going to work. So you don't need your stitch marker anymore. We're just going to decrease 3 times. On camera, please. This gets a little on the hard side. One, two. You know what? We're going to stop there. Just 2. Only work 2. And I want you to slip stitch into the very next stitch. Chain 1 and then pull up a longer tail because we are going to close up the hole on the bottom of our little chicken. All right, let me get my needle. And I'm going to weave it in and out of these last few stitches. To fully close the bottom hole. So I'm looking to where I came out of. So I came out right there. Go in, out, in. I'm just going to pick somewhere to come out. Okay, pull that tight. Now I'm just going to come through, straight through the center. And then one more time, just straight through like that. And then I'm going to go right in it and come out somewhere up here. There. Now we have a nice clean close at the bottom. And it's still pliable. It's not too understuffed and not too overstuffed. Alright, so now to cut your tail, all I do is pull up on it, pull up on my tail tight, snip it, and then the tail will pop back inside. It's a lot easier to do off camera. Okay, so there is our little chick body. Now, let's do the wings, the little wings. So get your yellow. We're going to stay with the 3.5 hook. And we want plenty of tail so we can sew this on. So I'm going to go, I'd say that's probably 4.5 inches maybe. I don't know. Okay, we're going to start with a chain of 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. We're going to single crochet into the second chain from hook. So not that one, but that one. Single crochet right in there. And then we're going to single into each of the remaining chains. So we should have 6 single crochets. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then that wonky one right there is 6. All right. So we chain 1 and turn. And this is row 2. In row 2, we're going to repeat this 4 more times. So for row 2, I want you to skip that very first single crochet. That very first one right there. We're just going to completely skip it and single crochet into the next. And then single crochet into each remaining single. So at the end of round 2, we should have 5. Don't forget that little wonky one down here on the side. Get in there. So now we should have 5. Got our little wonky one right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chain 1 and turn. Repeat that again. Skip that very first single. Just go right over it and go into the next with a single. And then single into the next 1, 2, 3. So now we should have 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chain 1 and turn. Do that again. Skip that very first one. Single into the next. And then single into the next 2. So now we should have 3. 1, 2, 3. You see them? Chain 1 and turn. Skip that very first one. Single and crochet into the next. And then single into the last. So now we should only have 2. Chain 1 and turn. Skip that very first one, single crochet into the next. And now we only have 1. Chain 1, pull up a loop. We're going to use that to help us sew, so make sure it's a longer one. Cut. And there is our little wing. All right, so I want to show you guys something with weaving in this end. We're not going to weave in this one, our beginning one. We're going to bring this tail, this end. Can you see how when I pull that tight to close that slip stitch? See how it kind of makes it like an awkward shaped triangle? We're going to take this tail and we're going to weave it down the side. Not weave it. We're going to run it down the side of these chain 1s and singles so that it comes out right here. And what that's going to do is give us this shape like that. So it's a nice pretty end, not that wonky slip stitch at the top. So with the single crochets from row 1 facing you, and your tail, your beginning tail, is on the left side of my little wing, I am going to put the other tail on my needle, and I'm going to start by running it right through the stitches on the side. I'm just going to go right through there first. Okay, pull it like that, and don't pull it too tight or it's going to make it look like that. That's not what we want. We want a nice clean shape, just like that. The top right here is what I'm talking about. Just like that. Now, I'm just going to run it through more strands. Now, I'm making sure that I'm not coming out the back or out the front. I'm going right through these stitches. And if your needle is pretty sharp, you can get right through all of them. And I'm wanting to come out the tip just like this one is. I'm going to come out right on the tip of the chains. And don't pull it too tight or you're going to distort the top shape. Just, you see it move on the top right there? So I'm going to pull it back just a bit. I pulled it a little too tight. Just like that. And there we go. Don't cut it. Just take your needle off. And then we're going to use these 2 tails to sew the wing to our little chick. Okay? I'm going to go ahead and show you guys how we make the little foot. And then when I finish the foot, I'm going to stop my camera, pause my video, and then I'm going to make my second wing and my second foot off camera, okay? So get your orange. We're going to make a little foot, or a little claw. I don't know what you call a chicken, a little chick's foot. Is this not the cutest thing? Okay, get your orange, and then now is when we're going to go down a hook size to that 3.25. All right. Let me turn my pattern page. So again, with a long tail for sewing, get a slip knot on your hook, and we're going to chain 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so we are going to slip stitch into the second chain from our hook. So not that one that's right there, but that one right there. Slip stitch right into there. And then slip stitch into the next 2 chains. Slip stitch there and there. So what that's doing is creating our first little toe section right there. So now we're going to chain 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, slip stitch into that second chain from our hook. Slip stitch into the next 2 chains. Here. And then right there. This one might be a little hard to see, but it's right here. So get in there. My camera's not wanting to focus. And slip stitch. So there's our second little toe. Now we're going to chain 4 one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Slip stitch into the second chain from hook. Into the next chain. And then the last one, see it right there? Right here. Slip stitch into that chain. So there's our 3 little toes. And now what we're going to do is we're going to come down to these 5 chains. And what I like to do, just because it makes it easier to see exactly what you're looking for, we're going to count from the bottom up 5. So we're going to start with our first chain right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and right there's 5. So now I know exactly where I need to go to slip stitch. Right in here. And now we're just going to slip stitch into the remaining 4. So 1, 2, 3, and then right there is the last one. 4. Chain 1, pull up a longer tail for sewing, and cut. And there is our little chicken foot. Okay, so now just make your second wing and bring that tail down to the tip and make your other foot, and then we will finish up our chicken. I'll say that because I'm not sure. I think what we'll do first is sew the wings on, because we're trying to get a perfect front. So if you look at my chicken, you see how his legs are kind of to the side, and his wings are kind of like, his legs are kind of this way and his wings are kind of this way, and then it's a little wonky looking, right? So if we start with our wings and get our base to what is, you know, what is center, so right here, so you can see if I follow my center down, you see how the legs are a little off. Which, I mean, I understand it's not that big of a deal, but this is a perfectionist in me. Or, let me rephrase that. The try to be perfectionist in me. Okay, so get your second foot made, get your second wing made, and then come back. I'll get mine done off camera, and then we'll do some sewing. All right, I will be right back. Alrighty, so I am back. I've got my feet and my wings made. So now we are going to sew these little bad boys on. So grab one of your wings, and you want to make sure the single crochets from row 1 are what is going to be facing out of our little chicken. Okay, so I am just going to go, let's see, row 1 is facing me. I'm going to start with the left tail. And get that on my hook, or my needle, sorry. I'm going to shape my chicken the way I like it, kind of somewhat like a bowling pin. And what I want to do is I'm going to lay it down, and I don't want to be on that row that's the neck. I'm going to come down a row. And what I'm going to do is I'm just laying it down on my chicken, and then I'm just, because I don't want it to be completely flat on the chicken, right? We want it to have a little bit of a shape to it. So a little bit of like a shape like this is what I'm going for. So like, I don't want it to be on my chicken like this. I want it to be more like that. So I'm just shape your chicken. And then I'm going to lay it down, and I don't want it to be at the neck, right? We're going to come down a row and make sure it has a little bit of that shape. See how it's, you know, kind of has a C shape? What I'm going to do is I'm going to go straight in a stitch, just like that, and I'm going to keep that shape and keep it on that row and come right over and go into the very last stitch, just like that. So when I pull it, it's going to tighten it down. Just like that. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over a stitch, go into the chicken, and then come out, not the same spot where my tail was coming from, but I'm going to go over a touch. Just a little bit. See how I kind of pinch the chicken side a little? Go straight through there, and then give it a little bit of a pull, just like that. And then I'm going to come over a little and come out right there. Just like that. So we still have that shape. And then I'm going to go right back in, and I'm just going to come out anywhere on the back. So I want to come out in between stitches. Don't run your yarn through, let me just show you. Don't run your yarn through a stitch like that. We don't want that. We want to come out at a nice clean hole, just like that. Okay? And don't pull it too tight. You don't want to distort him too much. All right, so now I'm going to take the other tail and all I'm going to do is go right into the corner where this tail is coming from, and I'm going to come out the exact same spot, that hole right there. So if you take this tail and kind of just get it out of the way, I want to come right out that hole. And there you go. Don't pull it too tight. And there is our little wing. Okay, so with these tails, so what, I'm trying to explain this. I'm trying to explain this so you can visually know what's going on inside the chicken, right? So we have our two tails run through the polyfill. How's this? Through the polyfill. One tail is coming like right through there, like that. And then another tail is coming right through there like that, right? So here's our two tails. Pretend these needle tips are tails. So what we're going to do is we're going to tie it and we're going to double knot them. Double knot these two tails. And then snip it and then pop that knot right back inside. So what that's doing is these two tails are going to knot around this ball of polyfill. So whenever a little kid, you know, takes the tail and then pulls on it, that knot isn't going to come back out because of all this polyfill that it's knotted around. Does that make sense? I hope it does. I don't know. I'm trying. Okay, so I am going to take my little duck, or chicken, sorry. This is how I tie a knot. I take my two ends, the right goes over the left, bring the left into the ring or hole, pull it tight. And now my new left, the new right comes over the new left, and do it again. Pull that tight, and now you can see that the knot already popped inside. See how the knot's gone? And then I'm just going to pull the tails a little bit, and when I snip, it's going to pop right back in. Just like that. And if your knot is still poking out, like I can barely see mine right there, what I do is I take the other end of my needle and I go inside of my chicken, and then I just sweep it past that hole, and what it'll do is it'll catch the knot that we made and then just kind of move it out of the way so you can't see it anymore. So I'm just going to go in and then just sweep it by. Like that. You can go somewhere else if you want to. And there you go. The knot is hidden. Okay, so let's do the other wing. This time I am going to get... No, I'm not. Alright, so again, make sure row 1, the single crochets from row 1 are facing us. And for this one, we're going to go on the right side because we want to start on, you know, the front. We're going to start on this side and come that way. Okay? So, I'm going to get the right strand on my needle. Just like that. And again, I'm going to keep that shape. And I'm going to eyeball it to keep it even with this. So I want it to stay about right there. Make sure it's not too high up. So about right there. I'm going to have to pause this for a minute. My cat wants out. Okay, sorry about that. Alright, so about right there. Keeping the shape, not too high up. Maybe a tad bit higher. Okay, so I'm going to go right through and come out at that tip on this side. Right out like that. Don't pull it too tight. We don't want to make him look a little wonky. Okay, so now I'm going to just come over a tad bit. My light flashed again. I'm going to come over just a little. So this is where I came out. So I'm going to come in here. Make sure I'm not, because I don't want to stitch it up like that to the neck. We want to keep it down from the neck a bit. And then I'm gonna come out just a tad bit over. So if you need to pinch them in half a little, pull that. Just like that. Now I'm gonna come over, go in, come out just a little bit. Now I'm going to move his neck, see how he looks. Here's this side. I'm not completely done yet. Here's this side, and then there's that side. I think it looks good, so I'm going to go right through the middle and then just come out anywhere. And like I said, come out straight on a hole. Don't go through any stitches. Just like that. And then this tail. And it doesn't matter if you're, you did the first wing's tail on this side of the body and this wing's tails on this side of the body. As long as it doesn't, as long as you can't see it, it's not going to hurt anything. Okay, so I'm going to go right in at this corner, go in and come out the exact same hole as the first tail. So I'm going to take the tail and kind of pull it down a little bit so I can see the hole that I need to come right out of. Right there. Perfect. All right. Now we knot. Pull that. Pull that. Snip my tails. It didn't fully pop. Well, yeah, it did. Kinda. Right here's the end. So I'm going to just go in one of these holes and sweep past, catch the knot, and pulls it to the inside. And there's our little chicken wings. It's not perfect, but I love him. He's adorable. So you can decide, do you want, where you want the front and the back to be. I think this is perfect for my front. I like this side better than the other side. I don't know, I like his little wings to come up a bit. Okay, let's do the feet. So here is the center of our chick. I'm just going to come out right like that. So I know one leg is going to go on one side of that hook, and one leg is going to go on the other side of the hook. That's how I keep the center of my chick. So I'm going to take my other needle here. I'm going to follow the center down. So just, I'm eyeballing the center, right? And when I get to the bottom, I'm going to poke my needle straight through the center. So that gives me an idea of where I need to sew my legs on. And we're going to follow the same concept we did with the wings. A little different. Okay, so I'm going to take with my foot like this, and I bumped my camera, I'm sorry. My foot like this. I'm going to go the left tail first. Get that on my needle. So here's the center line, give or take-ish. I'm going to come through the stitches. I'm going to go right to the side, straight through. And I'm going to come out, I'm going to go to the back. Somewhere on the back. And again, we want to go straight in a hole. Don't come out through the stitches. Right through there. Turning back over. Okay, now I'm going to take my other tail. And where I went in, I'm just going to go right next to it. And then again, come out the exact same place. Just like that. And now we're going to do the same thing. Just tie this, double knot your two tails. Get off the needle. Double knot that. Snip. Take my needle, the back of my needle, the other end, and just sweep it past there. And it tucks that knot inside. Ta-da! Okay, repeat for the other little leg. So this one, I'm going to do the right tail first. All right, so I'm going to hold this like this, and I want to come over straight from where the left tail went in. So straight over from here, right there. And I'm going to go to the back. Okay, now I'm going to take my other tail, get that on there. Now where he came in, I'm just going to go slightly next to it and then come out the exact same hole. Right there. All right. Get all that polyfill adjusted on the inside and make him look nice again. And there we go. Now he looks way straighter than this other one, right? Perfect. All right. Tie these off. Ooh. I thought I pulled that a little too tight. Okay. Now, not that one. Snip these tails. Take my needle. Go in a hole and just sweep it past that knot. And then adjust that. And there we go. Okay, so now let us, I gotta get all my stuff moved. I'm gonna get my hot glue gun out. I'm gonna plug it in and get it heating, and I will be right back. Okay, while my hot glue gun is heating, I'm gonna take my two little needles and we're gonna eyeball where we want our little googly eyes to go. So I'm going to peel these off. And these actually have a little bit of a glue on the back. So I'm gonna put one and then do another one. Just put them on there willy-nilly. Doesn't matter how they are. And then I'm just going to kind of look at it and see, do I like where I put them or can I move them? Which, these are my craft tweezers. I've had these forever and I use them for all kinds of different things. But anyway, I'm just going to kind of get an idea of where I like it. I'm going to come up a little. Come up about right there. I like that better. So what I'm going to do is take my needle and I'm going to put it right where I want to hot glue my eye on. Ouch. I poked myself. And I'm going to do the same thing on this side. Right there. Now the reason we're doing this is once our hot glue gets hot, whenever we take the, the needle off, all I have to do is just kind of go like that, and I can see where I want to put a little bitty dollop, or take my eye, put a little bitty dollop of glue on there, and then stick it right where that needle came out of. So I'm not with a, you know, I don't have my eye with hot glue or my gun trying to figure out where did I have that eye? Where did I like it? I can just go right where that needle is. Okay. That looks kind of cute. Let's see if it's hot enough. Yeah, all right, it's good. So I'm going to take my needle. Let's see. I'm gonna put it on the eye, because I know when I put it on the eye, I know how much to put on there. I don't want to overdo it and then have hot glue squished all over the head of my little chick. Okay? So I'm going to put just a drop. There we go. Just like that. And now, when I take that needle out, go right there. All right. Let me grab my other eye. I know I've like, excuse me. What I'm trying to say is that all of the years that I've done amigurumi or made dolls and things like that, I've learned these little tricks. And this is a very useful trick when you're trying to place safety eyes or stitch a mouth on or anything like that. So again, so that's why whenever I do something and it seems very like intricate, that's why. So just barely a drop. Just like that. And there we go. All right, last thing. We are gonna do the bill beak. Okay, so I am going to take my felt, a little sheet of felt, and I'm just gonna cut a little square. For those of you that know me, and for those of you that don't, one of the crafting things that I cannot stand to do is cut felt. I am not good at cutting felt. It drives me insane. All right, so I just got a little square. All I'm gonna do is fold corner to corner on either corner, whichever one, it doesn't matter. And I'm just gonna go right like that. Fold that. And now I'm going to take my scissors. Actually, I'm going to hold. So the point that we have right here is going to be the little bill on the chick. Okay. So I'm going to hold it with my tweezers. This is what's not going to get cut. What I'm going to do now is just trim up these sides on each side to make it a nice, clean beak. And if I need to make it smaller, I can. Let's turn it over. So I can tell that's too big. So I'm going to come from my point, and I'm just going to trim it up a bit. Just like that. And now turn it over and do the same thing on this side. Alright, now I'm going to hold the piece that doesn't get cut, and then I'm just going to hold it on here. Yeah, that looks too big to me still. Dang it. Okay, again, I'm just going to come from the point and bring it in a bit. Did I tell you guys how much I hate cutting felt? Okay, let's try that again. I still feel like it's a little too big. Okay, so I'm going to come from the point and just bring it in a tad bit. I don't even think I cut any off. There. Well, okay, that looks better. All right, I'm gonna put a little bit of hot glue on the back of this. Again, not that much. And I'm gonna eyeball it a little bit before I just attach it on there. So I like about right there. And then just push it on. I do not like that at all. Ugh, I hate felt. This is the one of the few times you guys are going to see how you can pull hot glue off of yarn. And it's okay that it's a little bit of a mess because I'm just going to hide it with the beak that I'm getting ready to put on there. Ugh, I hate felt. Again, I'm going to try this one more time. That is not a good. It's not even a square. I'm just going to do this real quick off camera. I'm trying to do a better job. Actually, I'm just going to try to make it look similar to the first one I did. Okay. All right, I think this is better. Fingers crossed. All right. Just gonna put a little drop. Please look better, please look better, please look better. Much better. Now I can just trim it up a bit. I've got little felt chunks all over the place. There. And if you want your little beak to be closed, you can just put just a drop clean that up later. So that strand that came out, see it on my finger? There. Wait till it dries and then just pull it off or cut it. Why is that? That's sticking to everything. There. Okay. There is our little chick. I have a huge mess to clean up. Okay. So I'm just going to put a little dollop in there. Just the tiniest little drop. There. Now it can still open, but it's not like way open. And there we go. All right, there is your chick tutorial. So in the description box is going to be the tutorial for the egg. For the crocheted egg. All right. Thank you guys for watching. Hit that thumbs up if you enjoyed. Subscribe if you haven't so you don't miss what's next. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Hi everybody, welcome back to my channel. This is part 2 of the little chick and the egg tutorial that I have. So in this video we are going to be making the outer edge, the crochet cover for the plastic egg, I should say. Couple things I want to talk about before we get started. Whenever you are working the egg cover, try not to work the stitches too tight. Keep a nice, even, consistent tension throughout, and then I show you in the video how we adjust the pattern accordingly, depending on your yarn, your hook, your tension, everything, all those different factors you may need to add or subtract around towards the end. No big deal. It's super easy to do, and then I show you oh, actually, I tell you in the tutorial, I forgot to show you, but like on this one, how we have the, sorry, I'm in and out of focus, how we have the different colored edge or border. All you have to do is that last round, instead of working it in the color that you are currently working, just fasten off, slip stitch into the first, chain 1, cut, add your new color, single crochet around, slip stitch to fasten off, and work the same on the top and the bottom portion. And for the tie, so you can see here and here, this is actually the one that I found in an antique store and that gave me the idea how to make these. So for the tie, chain 35, pull up a loop, cut, weave in the ends through the top and the bottom of your egg, and then you know, use that as your tie. I honestly like them better without the tie. So if you, like I said, if you prefer the tie, chain 35 and then just weave in your ends through the stitches and then use that as your tie. Let's see what else. So in the tutorial we start with the top portion. We work the top portion, then we work the bottom portion, glue it on the egg, and there we go. And if you guys can hear, somebody is mowing. Let's see. All right, so if your egg or your chick is just a tad bit too big for your eggs and you need to crochet the egg without the little plastic, all I want you to do is work the same pattern, the exact same pattern. I do work the stitches a tad bit tighter if I'm not putting it in a plastic egg, just so it keeps that shape. You know, it obviously it is posable, so it's not going to stay exactly the shape of an egg. And then I stitch across the back, stitch it together, add my tie, and then put my egg or my little chick inside. He came out way too big. I can get him in the egg. But it is a super tight close. And I preferred it to not be so temperamental on trying to close it. I would rather a kid have this and just, you know, close a normal Easter egg. So that's why I decided just to make this one without the plastic egg. And then I just tie. So when I tie this, I tie it like a shoe, but when I pull this tight, you see how it wants to turn the egg? So I just let the egg turn and then finish the bow. Really annoying someone decided to start mowing right now. Just like that. Okay, so let's talk about what you're going to need, because I covered all of my notes. Let's talk about what you're going to need. So obviously you're going to need a little plastic egg. I shouldn't say little. These are actually the larger ones. These are, I got from Walmart. They are 2.17 inch Easter eggs. I got them for $1.98, so that's probably $2 something with tax. So you're going to need an egg. All right, and then, you know, your pair of scissors. I used a 4mm crochet hook. We need a needle to weave in our ends, and I recommend a sharper one just to get through the stitches of the single crochets. And then you're going to need a hot glue gun. So that is how we attach the cover to our plastic egg. And then the yarn. So I used Red Heart Super Saver, the one that we make in today's tutorial. Flip it over. In the color Minty. So I tried to stick with pastel Easter colors. Not a big deal if you don't want to. That's just what I tried to do. So this is the one we make in the tutorial. I use that little hair clip to hold my egg up. And then I really like these. These are variegated. So this is, I love this yarn from Hobby Lobby. I cannot remember the color exactly. Anyway, so I have that one. And then this is Red Heart Super Saver in a purple with this color as the border. And then this one is Red Heart Super Saver in Wildflower. It's a little bright for Easter, but I thought it was still really cute, so I decided to go with that. And I really liked the variegated yarns. So these aren't stripes. So variegated, what I mean is it's not a huge length of yarn before it changes colors. So a stripe yarn is a long length and then it'll change color. And then, you know, the variegated is a little more choppier. Okay, so that, let me make sure, is all you're going to need to make our little egg cover. So get your supplies together, get your colors picked out, and let's get started. All right, so to get started, let's get a slip knot on our hook, and as always, plenty of tail to weave in. And we're going to start with a chain of 2. So just 1 and 2. And into that first chain, we're going to work 6 single crochet. So I'm going to work 1 and then I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop and mark it. Oop, dropped it with the stitch marker. So we don't lose track of our rounds. So there's 1. We need 5 more. All right. So back into that ring with, that's 2, 3, 4, work over your tail, there's 5 and 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so that is the end of round 1. So to move on to round 2, we're going to increase into each single crochet round. So an increase is just 2 stitches into one, and for this pattern it's going to be single crochets. So an increase for this pattern is 2 single crochets into 1 stitch. So we are going to increase into that very first single crochet. 1, 2, I'm going to stop and mark my first one. Right there. Okay, now 2 single into each single crochet all the way around. And we should have 12 single crochet at the end of round 2. So 2 in that one. 2 left. 1 and 2, and then here's the last one. 1 and 2. All right, so it should have 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, so I'm going to pull up my loop right here, my working yarn, and I'm going to weave in this tail. So to weave in my tail, I am going to just get this on my needle. And you can see where my tail is coming out right there. See how it's coming out this direction? I'm going to continue the tail around the ring that we worked, right? So I'm going to go this way with my tail. So I'm going to just pick up a few stitches that I can get into. This is why I said we needed a sharp needle to weave in our ends. My neighbors must be packing a car or something. Okay, I'm going to pull that tight, and I'm going to go just a few more stitches. Here, and come on, there. Can you hear it? Sounds like they're thumping. And okay, so now I'm going to come back just to lock it down. So I'm going to skip a few strands where my yarn is coming, because I don't want to go right back in there, right? Or it's just going to undo everything I did. So if we skip a few strands and then come back this way, this just helps to lock it down. And then we're also going to be hot gluing this to an egg, so that's going to help keep that end from coming out. Okay, there we go. And like I said in the intro, you may not be hot gluing your egg if your little chick came out too big like mine did, and I had to make one with no egg because he was huge. Okay, so that was round 2. So to move on to round 3, we are going to increase into the very first single crochet. 1 and 2. Mark that first one. I'm going to pause my video. I feel like you guys are too far away from me, and I'm going to bring you in just a bit. Okay, that is better. All right, so we increase into the first, and then we are going to single crochet into the next. Increase into the next. oop, I split that, single crochet into the next. And we're going to repeat that around, okay? Increase, single, increase, single, increase, single, increase, single into the very last. And we should have 18 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Good deal. All right. Let me mark off my rows. Okay, so for round 4, we're going to increase into the very first single crochet. So increase, mark my first, and now we're going to single crochet into the next 2. 1 and 2. Increase into the next. Single crochet into the next, into the next 2. 1 and 2. Increase, single into the next 2. All right, I'm going to let you guys repeat that around, and I'm going to get mine done off camera, and I will be right back. All right, I repeated that around, and we should have 24 single crochets. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. Good deal. So 24 single crochets for round 4. Something is off on my recording and my camera, and it's annoying me and I can't figure it out. Okay, so let's move on to round 5. Round 5, all we are going to do is work 1 single crochet all the way around. So single crochet in your first, mark it, and work 1 single into each single all the way around. So we're keeping our stitch count, so we should still have 24 single crochet. Okay? So I am going to let you guys work that around, and I will get mine done, and I will be right back. Okay, so I repeated that around, just 1 single crochet all the way around, and I still have my stitch count of 24. So for now, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. So now for round 6, we're going to work the exact same thing. Single crochet into the first, 1 single into each all the way around. So off camera, I want you to, off camera, I'm going to work 1 single crochet around for round 6, and then round 7, we're going to do the exact same thing again. Single crochet into your first, mark it with your stitch marker, single crochet around, okay? So I'm going to get my round 6 and 7 done off camera, and you guys go ahead and pause your video and get yours done, and yeah, we'll go from there. All right, so I am back, and I finished round 7, and I thought, you know what? I want to show you guys how to count your single crochet rows if you don't know how. It's not too hard once you get so many, but if you look at your middle, your little center right here, little button, and then you can see where round 2 comes out. Never start counting right there. Always make sure that is pointing towards you and count away from you. That's kind of my little trick that I follow just to help me keep track of where I am. And to always make sure that the beginning of your row, you are not counting right there, right? Like you don't want to count to the beginning of your row. You want that away from you. So here is my round 1. And then I can take my crochet hook and set it on each row that I can see, right? So here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. I don't know if that's going to help anybody, but I thought I want to show you guys how I do that. And also, it's very interesting to see. So this yarn is Red Heart Super Saver Minty, and this egg is just a tad bit, I'd say greener than the yarn in real life. But on camera, this looks like it's baby blue, and it's really not. It's so close to the original color of the egg. Well, actually, you know what? The way that the color of the egg that you're seeing right now on camera is the same color as this yarn right in real life. It's really weird. Anyway, all right, let's move on to round 8. So round 8, we're going to increase again. So into that very first single crochet, we're going to work 2 singles. So we're increasing 1 and 2. Mark that first one. And we're going to single crochet into the next 3. 1, 2, 3. And then repeat that again. Increase into the next. Single into the next 3. 1, 2, 3. Increase. Single into the next 3. 2, 3. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys finish yours, and I'm gonna get mine done off camera. I don't want to bore you guys making you watch me work this. So we increase, single into 3, increase, single into 3. Repeat that, and you should end with a single into the last 3 stitches. All right, I will get mine done, and I'll be right back. All right, I am back, and I have worked that around, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to get my egg, and I'm going to put it on the top. And remember, you want to line up the top of your egg with your round 1 the best you can. Because like if you're measuring it and you're holding it like this, it's not going to come out right. You got to keep it right on the tip. Okay. So the next few rounds, all we are going to be doing is single crocheting around. Let me get one that you can see better. So we're just working our way to the end of the egg. Okay, so I have in my original pattern, we just finished round 8. So I have round 9, 10, 11, and 12. Depending on your tension, your hook, your yarn, all of these different factors, you may need to subtract a row from that, or you may need to add a round to that. Actually, this egg that I made off camera, I ended up having to add a round to it because the yarn is a little bit thinner than all of the rest of the yarn that I was using. So what I'm going to do for this tutorial, I'm going to work round 9, which, I mean, like I said, round 9, 10, 11, and 12. All it is a single crocheting round. And then I'm going to stop, and I'm well, actually, no, I'm not going to stop. I know round 9 and 10, at least, are not going to get me to the tip of the top of my egg, right? But anyway, I want you to, off camera, and I'm sorry, I keep saying off camera, and that's not what I mean to say. I am going to, off camera, work 9 and 10, single crochet around 2 rounds. And I want you to do the same, and then I'm going to come back, and we're going to test it on the top part of our egg, okay? And then we'll go from there. So work 2 rounds of single crochet, and then come back. Okay, so I just finished 9 and 10, and I'm going to make sure that round 1 is on the tip of my egg, and you can kind of feel it. And then I'm just going to gently lay it on there. I'm not going to stretch it because I don't want to stretch open my stitches. I want it to just nice and easy stay on there. And I can tell I got plenty of room, right? So I may be, oop, I didn't mean for that to happen. I may, 9 and 10, be able to get all of 12 rounds on there. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stay right on camera with you guys so you can see what I'm doing. All right, so I'm going to start round 11, which is just single crocheting around. Mark that first one. Okay, so I'm going to go a little faster. The main reason, I guess I'll say, that I'm staying on camera while I'm working this round of single crochet is because I just want you guys to understand how I've determined, oops, add a round or not, as I work each round. So I know round 11 that I'm doing right now, the single crochets, I know that's not going to get me to the edge of the top of my egg. So I'm going to go ahead and work another round of single crochet, which will be round 12. This is round 11. And I'll show you guys. Okay, there's round 11. Tip on the top and just lay it down. So I'm going to go another round. And whenever we work this, we don't want our single crochets to come past the tip, the edge of the top, right? Because if we do that, what's going to happen is the kids aren't going to be able to close that. All it's going to do is pinch the crochet in the egg, and we don't want that. So I'm going to go another round. Mark that. It must just be that stitch marker, but man, that thing is sharp and I keep poking myself with it. All right. Just single crochet. You still should have 30 singles. Oop. Almost there, almost there. All right, so there's round 12. Let's see if I need to add one or not. Line up my tip and bring it down. And I am going to call that perfect. Because I know I said don't stretch it because you don't want your stitches, but that is so close to being at the edge. I'm just going to give it just a little bit of a pull and it'll set right on there. So that way, when the kids are playing with it, if I could even close it right, it'll lay on there just right. Okay, perfect. So there is our top. so like I said, depending where you're at, open that again, depending where you're at, you know, coming to the edge of your top, you may need to add another round. Or let's say you're past it, you know, just take one of those rounds out. And if it's still just a tad bit short, maybe, you know, line up your top and then see if you can, you know, just kind of give your stitches a bit of a tug and see where that gets you. And, you know, just kind of manipulate it as you go, you know, to make sure that's just right. Okay, so to end our top, I'm going to slip stitch into that very first single crochet, chain one, pull up a loop. Now here's the funny part. You don't have to weave in your end if you don't want to. I actually didn't on some of mine. All I did was actually I just brought it to the inside and I added my hot glue and then I glued my egg in there and then just cut what was left so you couldn't see it. It was my lazy way out, but set that to the side and we are going to start the bottom portion. So the bottom portion, actually, let me mark off my rows so I don't lose track of where I am. The bottom portion, round 1, 2, 3, is the exact same as the top, but I'm still going to do it with you guys. All right, get a slip knot on your hook. Plenty of tail. We're going to start with a chain of 2. 1 and 2. Now back into that first single crochet. We're going to work 6 singles, but I'm going to work 1. Stop. And where'd it go? Mark my first single. Okay, now work my 5 others. So we have 1, 2, work over your tail when you can, 3, 4, 5, back in there for 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And pull that tail a little bit. All right, so that's the end of round. Oop, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bump my camera. I went to scratch my face. All right, round 2, we're going to increase into each single. So we have 6, and at the end of round 2, we should have 12. So go into that first single with 2. Mark your first. All right, 2 single into the next, or increase, I should say. Increase into the next. Increase into the next. Into the next. And into the last one. And we should have 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, so round 3, we're going to increase into the very first single. Oh, actually, you know what? Put that stitch marker back. I'm going to weave in that end. Or let's weave in that end, I should say. All right, let me find my needle. Get the tail on my needle. Okay, so I can see that my yarn is coming from this direction. See it? Coming from there. So I'm going to continue it around to close up that center. So this is the chain that we skipped. Down here is our chain. So I'm going to come in there and then go through the legs of these singles. Ooh, that's not pretty. It's almost like it bunched up on me. There. Okay, I'm going to keep going. All right, now I'm going to come back, skip a few little strands, and I'm going to lock it down. That was really tight. Okay, snip. There we go. All right, now let's work round 3. Okay, we're going to increase into the first. 1 and 2. Mark my first one. Single crochet into the next. Increase into the next. Single into the next. Increase. Single. Increase. Single. Increase. Single. Increase. And then we're going to single crochet into the last single. And we should have 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I ran out of breath. All right, so we got 18. We're going to move on to round 4. Round 4, we're going to increase into our first. And then single crochet into the next 2. 1, 2. Increase. Single into the next 2. Increase. Single into 2. Increase. Single into 2. Right? My mind just kind of completely dropped everything. And I was like, wait a minute, did I increase? Yeah. So increase, 1, 2. Ooh. Increase. Single into 2. Increase into the next. And then we're going to single into the last 2. And we should have 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Perfect. All right, so that is round 4. So we're going to move on to round 5. In round 5, we're going to increase into our first. Mark your first one. And then we're going to single into the next 3. 1, 2, 3. Increase. Single into the next 3. 2, 3. Increase. Single into 3. Increase. Single into 3. Increase. single into the next 3, and then increase into your next, and we are going to single into our last 3, and we should have 30 single crochets. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Yay! All right. So we are done increasing. Now what we're going to do is work single crochets, just like we did the top. Just work single crochets around and around until we come up to the tip of the bottom. So we don't want to go to this, like the little ridge that holds, what am I looking for? This little ridge right here. We don't want to cover that. We would just want to come to this edge. Right, where I just put that little black line. That's where we want to work up to. If we cover this little lip right here, again, it's going to be to where the kids can't close it. Let me get that off there. Okay. So I have, in my original pattern, I worked round 6, 7, 8, and 9. And it got to my little lip right there, or the edge. That may not be the case for this. You know, the yarn's different. It's a different day, so my tension might be different. So I'm going to work. I'm going to go ahead and just stay on camera with you guys. Mark my first one. I'm going to work 2 rounds and then see what we got. And actually, I'm not going to stay on camera. You guys don't want to watch me single crochet 2 rounds. I'll get these rounds done and we'll test it and see what we got. All right, I'm going to get my 2 rounds done and I will be right back. All right, I'm back and I worked 2 rounds and just lining up the tip of my egg with the round 1. Ooh, I bet 1 more round. Well, maybe, I don't know. 1 or 2, I don't know. I'm going to work 1 round and I'm going to stay on here with you guys to show you again. While I work this round, I wanted to tell you guys, if you notice like little red dots all over my fingers while I've been doing this tutorial, and even the little chick tutorial, I have been off camera, I like to say busting my fingers, crocheting my little heart out to try to get my Finish It Friday project done, which is the Lord's Prayer portion of this large, I don't know if you would call it a tapestry, I don't know. Anyway, it's a wall hanging that is the Lord's Prayer, and then like at the bottom portion, and then at the top is a picture of Jesus praying with some flowers and everything. And my Finish It Friday project was to have the word portion done. So just, you know, just the Lord's Prayer done. And I sat for like, I'm trying to think exactly how long it was. I think it was like maybe 11 hours. And I got it done. Not the entire thing, just the word portion, just the Lord's Prayer from Our Father all the way down to Amen. I got it done, and it was like, my hands hurt. But anyway, the reason for the little red dots is because the way I work my filet crochet, and you see them on my fingers and on my fingernail, I work so much, and then I take a red pen and I just scribble out what I wrote down. I work so much, scribble it out, work so much, scribble it out. And after doing it for so long, I was covered, you can see more right there, I was covered in little red dots from my red ink pen, and it will not come off. I've showered, I've used fingernail polish remover, I've used rubbing alcohol. I cannot get these little red dots off of me. Anyway, so, okay, let's see how that looks. I'm going to line up the best I can my round 1. Yeah, I can work another round. I'm going to go ahead and work. So that was round 11 that I just worked. This would, or I'm sorry, that was round 8. This would be round 9, right? Let's check. So I can see here's where round 2 starts, and that's not where I want to count. Make sure the beginning of my round is away from me. So I'm going to go away from round 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, now I'm going to work round 9. But for those of you that don't know, if you check out my channel, I have a little series where every Friday I show a project that I've finished, and then we draw from a little container that I have a new project, and I have to have it. I don't have to. I shouldn't have said that. The goal is to have it done by next Friday, but there's no obligation. If I don't, it's not a big deal. But I really, really wanted to get that done. And I did. I could not believe I got it done. But anyway, so on my channel, I have that little series, and I like it. It's fun. Well, I'm trying to think how to word this. A normal crocheter, you know, crocheting something and completing it and gifting it or keeping it for yourself, whatever makes you happy. When you crochet something and you get that sense of completion, or you get that sense of, I don't know the word that I'm going for, whatever the feeling you get when you gift what you've made or you finish it for yourself or what have you, you don't necessarily get that all the time when you crochet something as a YouTuber. So this Finish It Friday series really helps, you know, keep my crojo from running off. All right, line it up again. Ooh. I'm going to say that is right on the edge. I don't want that to be any bigger. All right, that is done. So I'm going to slip stitch to my first single, chain 1, pull up a loop, and cut. Pull that out. Now when I pull my tail, I'm going to pull it to the inside so it tightens that slip stitch down towards the inside of the egg and it's less visible. Okay, I am actually going to weave in my ends. I'm not going to just glue them in there. So while I'm weaving in these ends, I'm going to turn on my hot glue gun, and then I'm not going to do, you know, the best job. I'm just going to go straight through some stitches. Man. Okay. I wanted to get to the second to last row of singles and call that good. Okay, this one. And I'm just thinking while I'm weaving in these ends, I didn't show you guys if you wanted to make the egg with the little different colored edge. All you have to do is just at that last round, whichever it is for you, if you needed to add around or not add around, the last round that you work, where's my legs here? Just instead of working it in the color that you're currently working, just into the first single crochet of the round, just fasten off, add your new color, and then just work one single crochet around, and then weave in, you know, then chain 1, or I'm sorry, slip stitch, chain 1, and then weave in your ends. Okay. Oh, these are so cute. All right, so when I hot glue these to my egg, can you see my two slip stitch ends right here? I don't purposely, you know, make it 100%, but I try my best to line those up just like that on the little nub on the back of your egg. So I would put this like that, and then the bottom come right up to it, just like that. Oh, about threw that one. Okay. I am going to pause my video and get my hot glue gun closer to me. Get everything out of the way. I love these little chicks. All right, I will be right back. Okay, before we hot glue that on there, I just realized, and I want to apologize, I forgot to mention this little tie. All you have to do is, for me, my tension and the length I needed for my little tie, I chained 35 and then cut my tail, weave it in and out of the final row of stitches, same point on each side, and then just tied it in a knot. And then I weaved my ends as best as I could, but it didn't work out the greatest, so I think you guys could probably do better. Anyway, sorry about that. I wish I didn't even think about it. But we are going to hot glue this guy, and I'm just giving my stitches a little stretch. And like I said, I want to make sure the little nub stays to the side of my slip stitch. All right. So I'm going to take this, take my hot glue, and I'm going to come around the inside like that, and then come down a little bit more. And the thing about this is once that hot glue touches the plastic, it like instantly dries. So I'm going to go as quick as I can and go right where I need it to, just like that. Whew, good. So now I'm going to close my egg, and I can tell that my stitches aren't going to get in the way of my egg closing. I could have done a little bit better, but I'm happy with it. All right, now the bottom, and again, I'm just going to come around. I try to avoid the bottom right here, only because these little holes, and then the yarn or the hot glue will go through these tighter stitches that are closer to round one, and I don't know, I just would rather that not happen, so I just come up a little bit, and come up a little bit again. All right, where's my little nub? There we go. Good deal. And there is our egg. So I'm going to let that cool, and I don't have any hot glue coming out my bottom or around the edge anywhere. None coming out the top or around the sides. Ta-da! Oh, I threw him. Pop him in there. Close it. Happy Easter. Okay, so I'm going to let him cool, and I will get my little area cleaned up, and I will be right back. All right, I'm back, and this has significantly cooled down. But there you go. Ta-da! So I wanted to originally put a little bit of Easter grass in there. I could use tail ends. Like just take yarn, just kind of ball it up. That would be cute. And a friend of mine told me to use, come on now. What's the paper you put inside gift bags? Tissue paper, and just tear it up and put inside there so he has a little nest. And then you can close it. But I don't have that much tissue paper, and I thought, man, I really don't want to shred up a bunch of tissue paper. So but I thought about putting some Easter candy in there, and then I know whenever we were growing up, we always got a little bit of money. Like, and I'm not talking like $100, I'm talking like quarters and $1 and here and there. But you could put that in there. And there you go. I hope you guys enjoy. This was a lot of fun to make. These little projects make me so happy. And I hope whoever you make them for, it makes them super happy. But anyway, that is it. Hit that thumbs up if you enjoyed. Subscribe if you haven't so you don't miss what's next. Leave me a comment. Let me know what you guys think. And in the description box, there are links down there to all of the social media platforms. And then there's a link to my email. If you make these, please, 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 please share it with me, the picture, email it with me, share it on my Facebook, Instagram, X, whatever whatever platform you like to use, or like I said, you could just email it to me. I would love to see these, to see you guys, or anything that any tutorial that I've made that, you follow and you make too, please share with me, because that makes me so happy to see that. It makes me feel like I'm doing this for a reason. Anyway, that's it, guys. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hi everybody, welcome back to my channel. Today's tutorial is a bit odd, a bit different. So this little project, this middle one, I found at an antique store, and basically what it is, I'll just show you on this one, is a egg with a little pocket, and then the little duck / chicken goes inside of it. Well, there's a little space in the chicken / duck. I mean, it's up to you what you want to make. So I don't really know what this is for. So in my mind, I thought, well, you could use it as a finger puppet, or, just put a little piece of candy in there. And then you can put your chicken / duck inside of your little egg, and you can hang that up, and there's a little Easter toy for the kids, right? I thought it was adorable. Like I said, I really don't know. Is it supposed to be a finger puppet, or you could put money in here for kids? Regardless, I just thought it was a super cute Easter tutorial that I wanted to get out for you guys. And then you guys can just decide what you want to do with it, right? So, so this is the one I bought. And I made this one as my prototype. And then this is the one we make on camera. However, I show you how to make the top of the chicken, but I took mine back off because I wanted to have a chicken and a duck. So to me, when I made this, I thought, it doesn't really make a lot of sense because baby chicks, don't have that. I think it's called a coxcomb. I don't know. They don't have that, right? But whenever you don't have it, how do you distinguish between a chicken or a baby chick and a duckling? They look the same, right? So I thought, I'm just going to go ahead and do the little red piece and let you guys decide if you want to have the red piece or not. It's totally up to you. But this is today's tutorial. Finger puppet / candy hider / money thing. All right, so let me get my little area cleaned up, and I will go over what you guys are going to need to make this project. All right, so for today's tutorial, you're going to need a handful of things. So I used all Red Heart Super Saver. For the egg portion, I used white. You are going to drive me nuts going in and out of focus like that. All right. And then I used pale yellow for the chicken portion. And then we have just a tiny little portion around the egg. And then I used pumpkin. I really wanted to use carrot for the orange, but I don't have any. And I thought, well, I don't want to go try to find a skein of carrot Red Heart Super Saver. So I just used my pumpkin. And then you're going to need a small little portion of cherry red. And that is what I use for the top portion right here. And then you're going to need 2 crochet hooks, a 4mm and a 5mm. A lot of what we have for the tutorial is the 4mm. The 5mm we use on the little yellow border and then the shells around the egg. The rest of it, everything else is the 4mm. All right, you are going to need, give or take 1 or 2, 4 stitch markers. You may need one more. The main reason we use these are to help us with the border on the chicken/duck. Makes it a lot easier if you have stitch markers or something to mark your stitches. Then of course, you know, your scissors, your needle to weave in your ends. And then I give you the option. So for my duck and my little chicken, I used safety eyes. And the reason being is because mine aren't going to kids. And I just like the look better. However, you can do the same like they did, where they just use like a French knot with black yarn. That'll definitely work. If you want to do that, you can do that. Or I got this pack of googly eyes from Walmart, or well, wiggly eyes, whichever. And it has 4 different sizes. The little 5mm Google eyes would work perfect on this. It looked really cute. So if you wanted to, you could use, you know, just glue the googly eyes down. However you want to make the eyes, totally up to you. And then if you do choose to use a little safety eye, I have a 5mm safety eye. And, oop, there's my back. And then I used a lighter, and I show you in the tutorial how to, a train's going by, how to use the lighter to flatten the back of our safety eye against the, see how I flattened it right there? So it stays flat against the back of the chicken/duck, whichever. Let's see. I'm pretty sure that is everything you are going to need. Yeah, that is it. Let me get all of my yarn in there. There you go. All right. Get all of your supplies together and let's get started. Okay, let's get started. So we're going to start with our white yarn. We are going to start by making this front panel and this back panel. So let's get a slip knot on our hook, and there's a train going by if you guys can hear that. As always, make sure you have plenty of tail to weave in. And we're going to start with a chain of 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. All right, row 1, we are going to single crochet into that second chain right there. And then we're going to single crochet into each of the remaining chains. So we should have 6 single crochets. I'm trying to go faster, but my hands are cold, so the yarn does not want to glide through my fingers very well. All right, so there is the end of row 1, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 single crochet. All right, row 2, we're going to chain 1 and turn. And in row 2, we're going to single crochet increase. So throughout the pattern, I'm going to say increase, or single crochet increase. And all that is 2 single crochets into 1 stitch. So this very first single crochet, we're going to increase. So that means 2 single into that, single crochet, into the next 1, 2, 3, 4, and then into that last one we're going to increase again. So into the first one, I just about yarned over. Into the first one we're going to work 2 single crochets. 1 and 2. Single crochet into the next 1, 2, 3, and 4. We should have 1 single crochet left. It's a little hard to see with that there. You can see it right there in the shadow. We're going to work 2 singles, so we're going to increase. All right, now we should have 8 single crochets. Okay, so that's the end of row 2. So we're going to chain 1 and turn, and row 3, we're going to repeat row 2. Increase into the very first single crochet, and then single crochet across, increase into the last. So I'm just going to single crochet into each single until I get to that last single crochet. And if you guys want to, you can mark your first and last single crochets with a stitch marker. It's not going to hurt anything. Sometimes it gets a little tough to find your first and last stitches. So right there, you can see in my shadow, it's my last single. So I'm going to work 2 single crochets, 1 and 2, and that's the end of row 3. So I'm going to chain 1 and turn. Now I'm going to give you a little bit of a homework, just 2 rows, that's all it is. Row 4 and 5. You're going to do the exact same thing. You're going to increase into that first single, single crochet across, increase into your last. That'll be row 4. Chain 1 and turn. Row 5, do the exact same thing. Increase in the first, single crochet across, increase in the last. And then at the end of row 5, I'm sorry, we should have 14 single crochets. And the reason I'm doing this is because if I don't, this tutorial is going to be like 3 hours long, and all it's going to be is me showing you single crochets. You know, there's no point in me saying repeat row 2 and then repeat it with you guys, right? And I know you all have the ability to single crochet on your own, okay? So I'm going to pause here, and I'm going to work my row 4 and 5 off camera. And like I said, all we're doing is repeating the same thing. 2 increase into the first single crochet across, into the increase into the last. Chain 1, turn, do that again. And I will get mine done, and we should have 14 single crochet. So I will be right back. Okay, so I'm back. I just finished row 5, and I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 single crochets. All right, so to move on to row 6, chain 1 and turn, and all we're going to do for row 6 is 1 single crochet all the way across. No increasing or anything like that this row. I just about said round. All right, I'm going to get mine done off camera, and I will be right back. Okay, so I got 1 more single crochet to work into for row 6. All right, we still should have 14. So now to move on to row 7, we're going to chain 1 and turn. And row 7, we are going to increase into the very first single crochet right there. 1 and 2. And then we're just going to single crochet across and 1 into each one. So we're increasing by 1 this row. So this row, we should have 15 single crochet. Just going to go ahead and single crochet across here real quick. All right, that is row 7. To move on to row 8, again, we chain 1 and turn, and we're going to repeat row 7. Increase into that very first one, and then single crochet across. So the end of row 8, we should have 16 single crochets. Ah! That very last one right there. All right, we should have 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. All right. Okay, so to move on to row 9, we chain 1 and turn, and we're going to repeat row 2. So row 2, we increase into the first, single crochet across, increase into that last. So the end of row 9, we should have 18 single crochets. Increase into the first, single crochet all the way to the very last one, and into the last single crochet, work an increase. All right, I'm going to get this done off camera, and I will be right back. Okay, I worked that across, and you should have 20 single crochets now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, I'm sorry. I looked at the wrong row. That's right, 18 single crochet. Sorry. Okay, so that was the end of row 9. So row 10, chain 1 and turn. Row 10, we're just going to single crochet across and have 18 single crochets again. All right, I'm going to get mine done, and I will be right back. Okay, so I single crocheted across. I still have 18 single crochet, and we are going to move on to row 11, chain 1 and turn. In row 11, we're going to repeat row 2. Increase in the first, single crochet across to the very last, increase into the last. So I'm going to increase here, 1, 2, increase all the way across, or I'm sorry, single crochet all the way across, and then we're going to increase into the very last single. So at the end of row 11, we should have 20 single crochets. I'll tell you guys a real quick story. Yesterday, I think it was, I took a shower and I put lotion on, and after I got dressed, I could not find my wedding ring. I noticed it was missing off my finger, like completely gone. And I was panicking. Go ahead and increase into that last single crochet. I was panicking, and I searched and searched and searched trying to find my wedding ring. And I just happened to glance down, and I saw it sitting in like I have a dirty clothes basket or hamper next to in my bathroom, and somehow it must have like flung off my finger and landed right on the top of my husband's work pants, which is the same color as my ring, like a gold tan sandy color. And I was like, what? How did that happen? Well, what I think happened was I've lost weight, and my ring just slipped right off my finger, and I didn't feel it. So I took a Band-Aid and wrapped around there a few times to try to keep it from just slipping off my finger. Like there's an actual tension now to pull it off. That's what was holding my yarn so tight, was that Band-Aid. That's why I couldn't, if something fell off and I couldn't figure it out, and I just figured it out. Okay, anyway, that was the end of row 11. You should have 20 single crochets. So to move on to row 12, we're going to chain 1 and turn. Now for row 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16, we're going to just work 1 single crochet all the way across. So you single crochet all the way across, chain 1, turn, single crochet across, chain 1, turn, single crochet across. We're going to work that for 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. So 5 rows, single crochet across. I'm going to let you guys work that off camera, and remember, you should still keep 20 single crochets. All right? I'm going to let you work that off camera, and I'm going to get mine done, and then when I come back, we will be working the little hole in the front panel. All right, work your 5 rows of single crochet, come back here, I will have mine done, and we'll move on. All right, so I have finished my row 16, which I didn't mark off on my pattern. 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so I've got row 1 right there. The front of the singles are facing me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Okay? All right, let's move on to row 17. So we chain 1 and turn. For row 17, we're going to single crochet into the first 5 singles. So the very first one, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right, now we're going to medium tension. Don't work this too loose or too tight. We just want to keep it just a nice steady tension. We're going to chain 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Bring that back, and we're going to skip 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Single crochet into the last 5 single crochet. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And you want to make sure that chain isn't twisted. You want the chains facing you, just like that. Okay? All right. So row 18, chain 1 and turn. Single crochet into those first 5 singles. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And now we're going to single crochet into each of the chains across. So right now, let me get a needle so I can point to you guys. And I want to find something dark. This little stand is what I use to hold my pattern. I'm going to put this here. So when I put the work in front of it, well, yeah, that kind of helped. All right, let me get my needle. Okay, so what you're looking at, these little bumps right here, that is the back loop of your chain. Okay, and then across the top, here, 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 that is the top loop of your chain. Okay, and then you can't really see it, but right here, focus here, please. Here, 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 across the bottom, that's the bottom loop of our chain. What we're going to do is we are going to single crochet into the top loop only. So we're only going to go into these top loops. And if you're off, you're single crocheting across your chain, and let's say, I don't know, you only got 9. Just single crochet 1 more around your chain so you have 10. If you're off a little bit, nobody's going to notice. They're going to be too focused on the cute little chick. All right, so I'm going to hold my chain like this, and I can see my top loop right there. So I'm just going to go right in there and go 1. There's my next one. 2, and sometimes it helps find that back bump first. So you can see right there, see that little back bump? The top loop is right above that, so I just insert my hook right there. There's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then right there's my last one, 10. And now I'm going to single crochet into the last 5 single. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we have 5, 10, and 5. So we should still have 20 single crochet. Okay? I'm going to pause for just a second and get my notepad set back up. I want to show you guys all my scribbles from designing this. This is what my patterns look like when I follow them. They're not pretty. All right, so we worked rows 17 and 18. Okay, so another big old chunk of homework for you guys. Row 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. 5 rows. We're going to work 1 single crochet across. That's it. Chain 1, turn, 1 single crochet across. Chain 1, turn, 1 single crochet across. Keeping your count of 20 singles. Okay, so work 5 rows like that. I'm going to work my 5 rows and I will be right back. Alrighty, so I have finished my row 23 and I still have 20 single crochet. Okay, so now we are going to start decreasing. So when we started, try not to bump my camera, we actually start at the top of the egg, come down, worked our little pocket, and now we're going to start decreasing to the smaller bottom of the egg. This is actually the one I bought in the antique store. Okay, so now let's move on to row 24. So 24, chain 1 and turn. And we are going to single crochet decrease over the very first and the next single crochet. So to decrease, we go in, pull up a loop, go into the next stitch, single crochet, pull up a loop, 3 loops on your hook, yarn over and pull through all 3 loops. And that's how we decrease, single crochet decrease, okay? And now what I want you to do is single crochet all the way until the last 2 single crochets. I will get that done off camera so you guys don't have to watch me do that. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I single crocheted across, 2 single crochets left, decrease, so we insert into the next stitch, pull up a loop, insert into the last one, pull up a loop, 3 loops, yarn over, pull through all 3, and there's our decrease. So at the end of row 24, we should have 18 single crochet. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, so that was 24. To move on to row 25, we were going to chain 1 and turn. So for row 25, we do the exact same thing. Decrease over the first 2, go in, pull up a loop, go into the next, pull up a loop, pull through all 3 loops. Decrease over the first 2 stitches, single crochet all the way across until the last 2 stitches. I'm just going to go ahead and stay with you guys because I think I can get this done pretty quick. So we single crochet all the way across until the last 2 All right, last 2, decrease over the last 2. So you go in, pull up a loop, go into that last one, pull up a loop, pull through 3. And at the end of row 25, you should have 16. So chain 1 and turn. Okay, so a little bit of homework section. I want you to repeat what we just did for row 26, 27, 28, and 29. So 4 rows, decrease over the first 2, single crochet across until you have 2 stitches left, decrease over the last 2, chain 1, turn, repeat that. Work that for 26, 27, 28, and 29. So 4 rows. At the end of row 29, you should have 8 single crochets. Okay? All right. I'm pretty confident you guys can do that. If you need any help whatsoever, go down to the description box. My email address is down there. Shoot me an email and I will be more than happy to help you out, okay? All right, so get your 4 rows done and 8 single crochet at the end of row 24, or I'm sorry, 29, and I will be right back, okay? Alrighty, I am back. I just finished row 29 and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stitches left. So now we chain 1, pull up a loop, and cut. Boop. All right. So there is our front panel. Okay, so now what I want you to do is rewind from here back to the beginning of the tutorial, not my little intro part where I talk about what we're making, just when we start for row 1 to right here. Rewind and repeat the exact same thing. However, the only difference is, I'm going to get a piece of paper out to write this down. You repeat everything until row 17 and 18. All right? So for 1 through 16 rows, 1 through 16, repeat tutorial. Row 17, single crochet across. Don't follow tutorial. Just single crochet all the way across. All right? Row 18, single crochet across. Okay? And then I'm going to say, don't follow tutorial, just single crochet across. And then row 19 through 29, I put repeat, I should put follow. Okay? Rows 1 through 16, you follow the tutorial. Row 17, you don't follow the tutorial, you just work 1 single crochet across. Row 18, you don't follow the tutorial, just work 1 single crochet across. And then when we get back to rows 19 through 29, you just follow the tutorial. Okay? That's for the second panel or the back panel. Okay? I'm pretty confident you guys can do this on your own. And again, like I said, my email address is in the description part of every tutorial. So it's at the very bottom, I think. I'm pretty sure. So if you have any problems whatsoever, go down to that email address and just shoot me an email, and I will be more than happy to help you guys, okay? So get your back panel done, and I will get mine done off camera, and then we will finish the little egg, okay? So I'm going to get mine done, and I will be right back. Alrighty, so we've got our 2 panels finished. What we're going to do now is we're not going to weave in these ends. We're going to keep these because this is going to help us as we work our border around the egg, okay? So what I want you to do is take both of your panels and I want you to find row 1. So back where we started. I want the single crochets to be facing you, okay? So this is the back. So with the single crochets from row 1 facing me, I'm going to turn it over, so that now they are facing away from me. So this is technically the wrong side. Now our other panel, I want to find where the single crochets are facing me. So if you need to turn it over, see the singles are facing me? And I'm going to lay that right on top. So that means the wrong side of both of my panels are sandwiched together, just like that. Okay? So this is what your piece should look like. Now I'm going to bump up to my 5mm hook, and like I said in the intro, in the beginning, I should say, sorry, you don't have to use a 5mm. You can use a 4mm. I just prefer the 5 because it keeps those slip stitches or single crochets that we're going to work around the egg on the looser side, so it doesn't bunch up the egg. All right. So get a slip knot on your hook. As always, plenty of tail to weave in. And we are going to work a border. I'm going to pull out my camera just a bit more. All right. Now what we're going to do is we are going to work through both of the panels. So we are going to go straight through the remaining loops of this first stitch right here, and you can see right where that tail's coming from. We're going to go in there and on this side, and we're going to attach with a slip stitch. So I'm going to slip stitch, chain 1, and pull that to the side. We're going to go right back in there with a single crochet. Okay? And now we're going to work 5 more single crochets until the last single. So just all you have to do is find your remaining single crochet, so you can see right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're just going to single crochet through both panels right where those remaining remaining loops from the beginning chain. So just go straight in and straight in with 1, 2, 3, 4, and right into that last one with 5. So we should have 6 single crochet across. This is the top of our egg. All right, so now, I feel like I got something in my throat. So now what we're going to do is we are going to get a stitch marker, which of course, and I want you to come down to this, so where we are, we're going to come down this left side, and I want you to mark the single crochet that starts and ends on, whichever panel, that very last row. So the very top of the single crochets on both of the panels. You see right there? Put your stitch marker right through both of those. All right? So from where we are to this stitch marker, we need to evenly space out 31 single crochet. Okay? And make sure you go through both of your panels. So I am just going to start working my way down Remember, keep them loose. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oops, 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 oops. I've split my yarn. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I'm just going to pause and just kind of pull this out, see how it's looking. It's looking good. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. So I'm getting pretty close right here. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to pull back and I'm going to work some of them up here a little bit closer. Not a big deal. It's not going to take too long. So actually, I'm going to get another stitch marker, and I'm going to mark 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to mark that 6th single crochet, so I know this is where I can play with adding a couple. Don't pull out that 6th one. Okay, I'm going to leave that one. All right, so again, we need 31. So I have 1, 2, 3. Let's see. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. I'm stuck on something. 28, 29, 30, 31. There we go. Got a little bit of a bump right there, but by the time we work the shells around this edge, you're never going to notice. All right, so we've got 6, 31. Now across this bottom, we want to work 9 single crochets. So we're going to go straight into, get my little panels lined up. We're going to go straight into the 2 stitches that we have marked, 2 singles. Go right in there. with one, two, three, four, five. Get that tail out of the way. 6, 7, into the last one with 8, and then I'm going to do one more to try to make that turn a little easier. So there's 9. There's our 9 across the bottom. So we have 6, 31, and 9. So I am going to put that stitch marker into the last single crochet we just worked. And now we are going to work, let me get my tails out of the way, 31 single crochet up this side, right back to where we started. Okay, so again, I'm just gonna, kind of eyeball it, get my sides lined up. 1, ooh, that was a little far. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I'm going to go right back in there, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, did I say 17 twice? So here's my 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. I'm going to pull back just a bit because I don't think I'm going to have enough room. I'm going to stop right there. Let's see. There's my 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18. I'm going to go back in there with 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31. There we go. So we should have a grand total of 77 single crochets around. Right? We've got 31, 31 and 31, 9 and 6. $77. All right, so now we are going to go to that very first single crochet. So if you look, we have our little slip stitch, our slip knot, slip stitch, chain 1, the very first single. So go right in there and slip stitch, chain 1, pull up a loop, and cut. Pull that to the back. And now we have the base. So now we're going to work the orange shells around our egg. Get a slip knot on your hook, and we can go ahead and remove these stitch markers. All right, so that single crochet that we just slip stitched into and we fastened off right there, we're going to attach into the one right to the left of it, with the front of our egg facing us, the one straight to the left. Attach with a slip stitch, so not this one, go to the one to the left of it. We're going to attach with a slip stitch, pull that tail to the back, chain one, and we're going to go right back in there with a single crochet. Okay, now we are going to skip the next single and we're going to work our shell into the next single. And our shell is 4 double crochet. So skip the next single, shell into the next. So we go in there and just work 4 double crochets. 2, 3, and oop, I forgot to yarn over. And 4. Skip the next single, single crochet into the next. And that is what we are going to repeat all the way around. Skip, shell into the next. 1, 2, 3, 4. Skip, single into the next. Okay, so that is what I want you guys to repeat all the way around. I'll do that one more time because I honestly, I didn't notice if I was on camera or not. Okay, so we single crocheted, so we skip, shell into the next. Three, 4, skip, single into the next. All right, I'm going to let you guys repeat that all the way around, and I will meet you somewhere before we end the round, okay? I'll be right back. Okay, so I've repeated that around, and you should have 19 shells. Up here, I've worked my 19th shell. I'm going to skip the next, and then the single crochet that we slip stitched into, we're going to skip that one. If you don't have a single crochet right here to skip, and all you have left is a single crochet that we slip stitched into to fasten off that yellow, it's not a big deal. Honestly, I think in my prototype, it came out right. I only had one single crochet to skip, and then the one we slip stitched into, and then I slip stitched to the first one. So what I think I did is I forgot to skip one around here somewhere, but it's not going to hurt anything. So if you don't have that single crochet right there, that's actually right. Okay, so to finish our little border, we're going to slip stitch to the first single crochet right there. Chain 1, pull up a loop, and cut. All right, so we have one more thing to do before we finish our little egg holder, before we move on to our chicken/duck. We are going to make the little orange strip right here on the hole. So we are going to take our piece, turn my pattern page, get my orange on my hook with a slip knot, plenty of tail to weave in. All right, now in our piece with the hole facing us, we should have the remaining loops from that chain right across here, right? It's facing us. all we're going to do is go into that very first one, slip stitch, chain 1, go back in there with a single, and then we're going to single crochet. Dang it, I wanted to do that with my 4mm. I'm sorry, I forgot to switch back. Do that again. I'm going to go into the very first one with a slip stitch, chain 1, pull that tight. Helps if you just fold this. Go back in there with a single. Now I'm just going to single crochet across these other ones. So I already have 1 and I want 10. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then the last one right there, oop, right there for 10. Chain 1 and pull up a loop. And cut. All right. So there is our little egg holder, so you can give it a good tug and pull all those stitches around so it lays nice and pretty. And we want our little hole to be just a slight bit open, just like that. Okay, so we are done with our egg. I am going to stop my video, weave in all these ends, and then when I come back, we're going to make our little chicken / duck candy holder. I got a piece of candy in there and I don't want to take it out on camera and get in trouble for any kind of copyright stuff. But all right, so I will get my ends weaved in and then we'll make this little guy. All right, I'll be right back. Alrighty, I am back. I've got all these ends weaved in. Our egg is done. Our little pocket. Okay, so I'm going to set that to the side and we are going to start on this little guy. So, like I said in the beginning, I'm going to make 2. I made this one and then the one I'm getting ready to make, I am actually going to leave off. I'm going to show you how to do this, but I'm going to take it back off after I make it. So that way I have one that's like supposed to be a chicken, which is a bit odd to me because baby chicks, like baby chickens, don't have the what is it called? Coxcomb or whatever. They don't have that. So, I mean, but on the other hand, if I left that off, how would you distinguish between a duck and a chicken? It's questions. Anyway, so we're going to make this guy, and it's, again, he's in 2 panels, and we stitch them together, and then we work a border, and it gives that perfect shape. Then we work the little beak or bill, whichever, and then the coxcomb, I don't remember what it's called. Anyway, and then I got my safety eye, and like I said, you do not have to use safety eyes on this. It's totally up to you. You could use a French knot. You could use, I got a pack of little googly eyes you could use. I mean, that would be super cute. So I got this pack. This is actually for a different tutorial, but I got this from Walmart. So it has 15, 12mm, 9mm, and 5mm eyes. I think they were like $2. You could put a googly eye on there. Totally up to you. But anyway, let's get started. So back to our 4mm. Get your yellow yarn. We're going to get a slip knot on our hook. And to get started, we're going to chain 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I am going to adjust my camera back to the way I had it. So I'm going to pause my video for that. All right, that's a lot better. Okay, so row 1, we are going to single crochet in the second chain from our hook. So right there, work a single, and then we're going to single crochet into each of the remaining chains, leaving us with 9 single crochet for row 1. Oh. And I'm not sure if I said this for the egg portion of the tutorial, but row 1 is going to be the front of our work. So if you want to put a little stitch marker right there so that you know that row 1 is the front and that that's the front of row 1, you can go ahead and put one. Not a big deal. All right, so we are going to chain 1 and turn, and for row 2, we single crochet straight across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. All right, so that's the end of row 2. So for row 3, chain 1 and turn, and we're going to single crochet right across there again, just like we did for row 2. So again, you should have 9 single crochets. All right, just like that. Let me mark off my rows. Okay, so for row 4, we chain 1 and turn. In row 4, we're going to work a single crochet increase into the very first single crochet, single crochet across, and then increase again into the last single crochet. And to the very last one, work 2 single crochets. So our stitch count now should be 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so row 5, chain 1 and turn. We're going to repeat that again. Increase into that very first single crochet, single crochet across, increase into the very last one. So our stitch count for the end of row 5 should be 13 single crochets. All right, there's my very last single. So I'm going to go right into there with 2 single crochet. All right, so we should have 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Woohoo! All right, so that was row 5. Row 6, chain 1 and turn. And for row 6, we're just going to work 1 single crochet across. So a single crochet into each single all the way across. So our stitch count should still be 13. There's my last one. Oop, messed that up. So let's double check 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right. Now we are going to chain 1 and turn, and for row 11, or I'm sorry, for row 7, we are going to work a decrease over the first 2 single crochets. So go into that very first one, pull up a loop, go into the very next one, pull up a loop, 3 loops, yarn over and pull through all 3 loops. So decrease, single crochet across to the last 2, and then we're going to work another decrease. So there's 1, 2, 3. I don't need to actually be counting. That's just a habit, force of habit, just to automatically count. All right, there is the third to last one. So over my last 2, I'm going to work another decrease. Now our stitch count should be 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so that was row 7. So row 8, chain 1 and turn. Now we're going to split our work. Excuse me. What is this? Is this going to be the head or the tail? I think this is the head. So what we're going to do is we're going to come back and we're going to work just a few stitches, and then we're going to leave the rest of them unworked, and then we're going to make the head, and then we'll come back and attach and do a couple little stitches right there for the tail, okay? All right. So I'm wearing an alpaca sweater that my husband bought me from Goodwill, and it's you can see all the little hairs coming off of it. And they're getting all over my table, and it's making me think it's cat hairs. It's getting annoying. Okay, so what we are going to do is we chain 1 and turn, and we are going to decrease over the first 2. So decrease, and we're going to single crochet into the next 3. So 1, 2, and 3. I know we're going to stop. That's all we're going to work for row 8. So I'm going to mark off row 8, and we should have 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chain 1 and turn. So for row 9, we're going to decrease over those first 2. Just like that. And we're going to single crochet into the next 2. 1, and there's one right there. 2. So now we should have 3 stitches. 1, 2, 3. All right, so now we're going to chain 1 and turn. And for row, for row 10, we're going to increase into that very first single crochet. So again, increase is 2 singles. And then single crochet into the next 2. All right. Now, for row 11, chain 1 and turn, and we're going to repeat that again. We're going to increase into the very first, single crochet into the next 2. 3. Single crochet across is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so we should have 5 stitches now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, chain 1 and turn, and for row 12, we're just going to single crochet across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, that's row 12. chain 1 and turn. For row 13, we're going to decrease and then single crochet across. So right here, work your decrease, single crochet across. So our stitch count for row 13 should be 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mark that off. All right, row 14. So we chain 1 and turn, and for row 14, decrease, single crochet across. So that's only 2 stitches left. So 1 and 2. So we have 1, 2, 3. 3 single crochets. Chain 1, pull up a loop, and we are done with the first panel. Pull that to the back, and there you go. It's a little odd shaped, but we're gonna make it work. All right, so all I need you to do now is stop the video, go back to where we just started this little chicken panel, and make another one just like this, okay? All right, so go ahead and make another panel just like that, and then come back and we will work the final little stitches on it and be done. Okay, so I'm going to stop my video. I'm going to make my other panel. Don't weave in your ends, and then we'll finish this up, okay? All right, I will be right back. Okay, so let me start this off by saying sorry. I told you guys to make your other panel and completely forgot to tell you how to do the little tail. Sorry. So I went ahead and made my other panel and went ahead and did the tail. And now I will show you guys how to do your tail. So I'm sorry. All right, so what you want is your little chicken panel / duck. And we want, so we have row 7 right here, right? See all these single crochets? We want the back of row 7 to be facing us. So just flip that over, just like that. So the way I am sitting, this is my left hand, this is my right hand. The duck head is in to the right, you know, towards my right hand, and the tail will be towards the left. All right. So I'm going to get a slip knot on my hook. Sorry, I completely forgot about the tail. I was working the second panel, this panel, and I was like, well, wait a minute, what's the rest of this writing on my notepad? I was like, oh crap, the tail. Sorry. All right, so with the back of row 7 facing us, we are going to attach with a slip stitch into the second to last single crochet. So not this one, there's our last one, the second to last one, right there. We're going to attach with a slip stitch. So go in there and slip stitch. Just like that. Chain 1, I'm going to pull that tail to tighten that down, scooch over that slip stitch, and right back in there, work a single crochet, and then single crochet into that last single, just like that. Chain 1 and turn your work, and all we are going to do is decrease over the 2 stitches. So we're going from 2 to 1. So go into the first one, pull up a loop, into the last one, pull up a loop, 3 loops, yarn over, pull through all 3, chain 1, pull up a loop, and cut. And there's our little tail. All right, now go ahead and add that to your other panel. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, so I'm going to pause for just a second, and I'm going to pull you guys out so you can see everything I got going on. Okay, that's better. All right, so let's get our 2 panels, and we are just going to lay both of them together. So we can't do like we did on the egg where we had wrong side to wrong side. We can't do that, right? Because it's not going to work. So all I need you to do is just lay your 2 panels together, just like that. And don't weave in your ends, because these are perfect little markers to where we're going to work, okay? So get that out of the way. All right, so we have our 2 pieces laid together, just like that. Now what I want you to do is flip it over so that the head is to our right hand, right? Because what we're going to do is we're going to attach into the top, work towards the tail, then we're going to come down the back of the head, the back of the chicken/duck, up the tail, up the butt area, down, and then we're going to come across only one panel, then come back up through both, work across the little chest, then to the neck, then come up to the little beak area, and then finish off where we started. So I'm explaining that because I understand for some left-handed, people, that me saying from the right probably might have confused them. But that's what I want you guys to do. That's how we're going to work it. It's just across and then down like that, okay? All right, so with our yellow, and I know it's a lot of tails. It can be a bit confusing, but I'm telling you guys it's going to be really easy whenever we have to use, whenever I'm trying to explain to you guys how to identify your stitches. That tail is, these yarn tails help a lot. All right, so actually I'm going to come right back in. I guess I shouldn't have pulled out. All right. So we are going to attach to row, 14? The top of our duck head, row 14. We have 3 single crochets, right? We're going to attach through both of our panels into that first single crochet right there. Get my tail out of the way. So right through this one and this one, attach with a slip stitch, chain 1. I'm going to pull that tail to the back, and we're going to work 2 single crochet right back into those single crochets that we attached into. And when I say plural single crochets, I mean the one through the front panel and the one through the back panel. Just like that. Work 2 single crochets into the next. 1 and 2. And then 2 into this last one where our tail is coming from. Go right into those last ones and work 2 more. And get your tail out of the way if you need to. 1 and 2. All right, so I'm going to stop. And what happened to my stitch markers? All right, I'm going to mark that first one. Right there. And then I'm going to mark the last single crochet that we just worked. I'm going to mark that one. So if I mess anything up, I can just pull back to where we started from that stitch marker, okay? So the goal of what we're doing is to, I should have said this before we started the whole piece, but anyway, we're working to get 62 single crochets around the chicken/duck, okay? So here's our 6. And now what we're going to do, mark off where I am. Sorry, I'm being quiet. I'm making notes on my pattern. Okay, we did that. All right, now we are going to work 7 single crochets from where we just worked that last one to here. We're not going to work across the remaining stitches from what was that row? What row was that? I don't remember. I'm sorry. Row 7? Yeah, I think it was row 7. We're not going to work into those yet. So the 7 single crochet are going to come down the back of the head and then that little bitty portion of the neck. Don't come into the ones that we left unworked on the back. All right? So we need 7 evenly spaced out from where we are. Okay? So let's see. I'm going to actually go into the side of the stitches right there. Oop, oop, oop. There we go. There's 1, 2. Let's see. I'm going to go right there. 3, 4. I'm trying to see where I can go. You know what? I'm going to stop for just a second and I'm going to put a stitch marker right here so I can see that this is where I don't want to go. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 3 more. Let's go. I want to try to go. Can you see this solid spot right here? I'm going to go right through the middle. Just shove it through there. Oop. There's 5. And now I'm going to go into this little hole right here. There's 6. All right, so when I hold my piece back up like this, can you see how I can go straight into that the little bend right there? I'm going to go right through there with 7. And I did work that a little on the looser side just to kind of help it reach. Okay, so we have 6, 7. So I am going to mark off. All right, now we are going to go straight into these 4 unworked single crochets. So I'm going to take out this stitch marker. And I'm going to come right into the very first one right here and then through the back. Oop, oop, oop. You get out of there. With 1, 2, 3, and then right there is 4. All right, so let me mark that off. Okay, so now we are going to come up the little tail right there. So what I want to do is I'm going to get the tails from when we made our yarn tails from when we made the chicken/duck tail. What I want to do is go right into where that stitch is. So you can see we slip stitched right here, right above that slip stitch. I'm going to go right there to start my 3. So right above where your yarn tail is coming from, let me get it to this side. How's that? So you can see it's coming from right there. We're going to go right above it. Right, here's my slip stitch. There's my yarn tail. We're going to go right there. Same thing on this side. There's my slip stitch and everything. I'm going to go right above it, right in there. That's going to be 1. And then I'm just evenly space out the next 2. Uh-oh, I'm stuck on something. There. 2. And I'm going to shove 1 in there. Don't go into the very top yet. Let's go straight through the side. That'll work. And my other panel. Okay, there's 3. So we got 3 up the tail. Let me mark that off. And now into that single crochet decrease at the very top of our little tail. So right there, see where my tail's coming from? That decrease right here, and then on the back panel right there, we're going to work 3 single crochets into that. So go right in there to the top of that decrease and here with 3 single crochet. 1, 2, and 1 more. For 3. There we go. So we've got 3 in that decrease and then 3 down the tail. So if we stop, we can look at our work. And it's got that cute shape. Okay, so let me mark off where we are. All right, now we are going to come down the little tail right here. Okay, sorry about that. I needed to pause to make sure I'm on track with where I'm going. Okay, so from where we are to this little dip right here, we're going to work 2 single crochet. Just right there. That's it. That little space right there. Go wherever you can get your hook in with 1 and 2. That helps give it the tail that cute little shape. Now what we're going to do is evenly space out 9 single crochets. So once again, I'm going to grab my stitch marker. So we're coming from where we are, oh, excuse me, from where we are to this corner. So the beginning of our work where we chained 10, it was 10, yeah, where we chained 10 and then worked the 9 single crochet, I'm just going to put a stitch marker right into that corner. Oop. Just like that. All right. I couldn't find my hook. Okay, so let's evenly space out 9 from here to there. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to go right back in where I just worked that third one. 4, 5. I'm going to do it again. Right back into that space that I worked 5. I'm going to go 6, 7, 8, and then the space that we have marked with that stitch marker, we're going to work the 9th one right into the corner. And right there is 9. All right, so you can look at our shape. It's so cute. Okay, now we are going to work on the front panel only across these remaining chain loops, 9 single crochets. So I'm going to find that first single and I'm going to go right through the remaining loops with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then where our tail is coming from is 9. I'm just going to give this a bit of a tug to keep it from bowing in. There we go. Okay, so now let me mark off where we are. Now, right where we worked that 9th single crochet, we're going to work through both panels now. We're going to work 2 more single crochet. So make sure you have your back panel where that tail is coming from on the back. I know it's out of focus. I can't get it to focus right there. Where that slip stitch is, or that slip knot, we're going to go right back through the front panel and the back with 2 single crochet right back through there. 1, and go through both panels again for 2. All right, let me mark off. Let's see. Okay, so now we are going to work from where we are to just before the tip of this little chest piece, okay? Through both panels, we're going to work 5 single crochet. So I'm going to get my stitch marker back, and I'm going to mark right before the tip on both panels. I don't want to mark the tip, I just want right before it. So where we are to here, we're going to work 5 through both panels. And I'm just going where I can go, which I'm stuck on something. Okay, do that again. One, two, three, four, and five. I'm going to go ahead and work one more right where that stitch marker is. Just like that. Okay, so I'm going to take out my stitch marker now. Oops, I didn't mean to throw it. All right, so can you see the tip of this little peak right here? We're going to go right into the tip and work 3 single crochet. So go right into the tip top that you can get into, wherever you can get your hook. Come on now. All right, 1, 2, and 3. So there's 3 in the tip. All right, now we're going to work up to the little like the little beak area, the little bump right here. We're going to work 6 single crochet up there. So just evenly space out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, let's see what we got. I thought maybe my chest was a little poking out more, but I think it's just about the same. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so now we're to the little beak area. All right, now into the little beak area, we're going to work 2 single crochet. So I don't want to go into the very tip. I'm just going to kind of, get my hook underneath what I would consider the tip, if I can, through both panels, and just work 1 and 2. All right. I'm going to go just slightly above there and work 1 more. And I'm going to go 1 more between where I am and the very first one. Dang it. Just like that. And now I'm going to slip stitch to the first single crochet. Right in there. Chain 1, pull up a loop, and cut. So we are actually going to have a tad bit more than 62 because I ended up adding I think I added 2 or 3 maybe, but it's not a huge deal if you're off slightly, like roughly 62, 63, 64 is what you need. Just as long as you have this adorable little shape, that's what's important. All right, so I am going to stop my video and get all of these ends weaved in, and then we'll that sounded funny. We'll work our little beak, and then we will work the little coxcomb thingy. Okay, I'm going to get my ends weaved in, and I'll be right back. Alrighty, I got all my ends weaved in. Oh, it's so cute. All right, so we are going to work the little coxcomb part. So I'm going to grab my red yarn, get a slip knot on my hook, and as always, plenty of tail to weave in. Alrighty, so what we have the last stitch of the top portion of the border. We are going to come over, let's see, that's 6, right? 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The single crochet that we slip stitched into to fasten off the border. It's a little hard to see, but it's right there. So we have I have ink all over me. Or no, that's from my lighter. I had to go grab my lighter for the next portion of the tutorial. I didn't know I had stuff all over me. All right. So we are going to, where's my tail? We're going to attach with the slip stitch into the same single crochet that we fastened off the border in. All right. So work a slip stitch, just like that. I'm going to tighten that down a bit. We're going to single crochet into the next single. Two single crochet into the next. Single crochet into the next 2. And then we're going to slip stitch into the next. Just like that. All right, chain 1, pull up a loop and cut. Tighten that down, and then just weave in your ends. But like I said at the beginning, I'm actually going to leave this one with the red part off because I want to have one that looks like a chicken and one that looks like a duck. So once you get this done, go ahead and weave in your ends. I'll take that out later. I'm going to leave it in for now. All right, so now let's work our beak. So I'm going to get my orange back in here. Get a slip knot on my hook. All right, so I'm going to come down here, and what I want is if I hold my piece like this, right, and I can kind of see like this stitch right here, kind of looks like what would be the center of the beak. So I want to come here, work my beak, come down so that the beak is going to be roughly over that little stitch. If that makes sense. You see what I'm trying to say? If I hold it like this, see how the beak will be worked up and then back down over that stitch? It's what looks like would be roughly the middle of that little increase that we worked. So we're going to attach right underneath that. Right there. So basically for the beak, we're just going to kind of eyeball it a bit over that little increase that we made. So we're going to slip stitch, pull that tail to the back, now we're going to work a chain of 3. 1, 2, 3. Into the second chain from our hook. So not that one, but that one right there. We're going to work a slip stitch, single crochet into the next chain, and then come up, back on the head, skip that little single crochet right there, and then slip stitch into the next. Just like that. chain 1 and pull up a loop. Now before I fasten off, I just want to look at it to see if I like how it looks. I'm pretty happy with that. I wonder, let's take that last slip stitch back out right there, and I'm gonna see if I like it better. Instead of skipping that one, let's slip stitch into that one and see if that looks better, if I like it better. Okay, chain 1, pull up a loop, and then get that back out. Oh yeah, I like that better. I'm sorry, let's not skip that one, let's just slip stitch right into that one. That looks a lot better. Okay. All right, so slip stitch, chain 1, pull up a loop, and cut. Pull that tight, and now we're going to weave in our ends. All right, so I'm actually going to show you guys on this orange part how I weave in the ends, because I know it can get to be a bit of a bear trying to work this, but what I want to do is I want to kind of come through here and then up, and then with this tail come through here and then up, and that kind of keeps this space right here pinched closer together. Not a lot, just a tad bit. So I'm going to come right through this leg, and just one of these legs. Just pull that through there. And then I'm going to come up a few stitches. Just like that. Pull it through. Make sure it didn't distort the beak too much. And then I'm going to cut it. All right, now with this tail, I'm going to come through a few stitches. And then just kind of weave my way up to the tip of the beak. Cut that and see what we got. There we go. Okay, so now with our safety eye, if you want the safety eye, all I'm gonna do, and I realize, you know, a part of me was like, when I made this, I should just put the eye in the front panel, stitch the two together, and then the back of the safety eye will be, and or French knot, whatever you guys want to do, will be inside the chicken/duck, right? Problem with that is that you don't exactly know the good place for the eye until you get your border worked, your beak worked, your top worked. It's really hard to know where to put the eye. So I like my piece like this. If you guys don't, you know, you can do whatever you want to do. But for my safety eye, I have a 5mm, and I want to show you what I do with my, I want to show you guys, let's say that you have a safety eye, just a random safety eye, and you have no idea what size this eye is, right? So I want to show you how to figure that out. So on your tape measure, you've got your inches side, and then you've got your centimeter side. So each notch, there's 1 centimeter, 1.5, 2, 3, 4, 5 centimeters, yada yada, right? Well, these little bitty notches in between are millimeters. So if I take my safety eye and I draw a straight line from the farthest side down, so just like if my fingernail was going to make a line right down the side of it, and I hold it there, So like right there is where a line would come straight off the side of the safety eye down, and then come over and go right down again. It lands roughly right there. So if I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's 5 millimeters. So I know that my little safety eye is 5 millimeters. Okay? I just wanted to show you guys how I do that. And if you can see, you see how mine's got that little lip of plastic right there? I am actually going to take my scissors. I was going to use a nail file, but I think it'll make it look funny. So I'm just going to take my scissors and just snip it off. Just like that. And then I'm still going to take my nail file. I'm just going to go right along the bottom edge of that. Ah, about dropped it. Good enough. All right. So all I'm going to do now is just kind of eyeball it where I want that to go. So I'm going to go right here. It helps if you twist it as you try to get it in. There we go. All right, now I'm going to take my safety eye, or my safety back. I'm going to pop that on there. Just to that first little notch. Oh my gosh, that's really hard. I've seen people do it like this on the post, and then I've seen people do it like this on the post. I'm actually going to try it with it upside down on that post, because man, I can't get that on there. There we go. Ta-da! All right, so now what I'm going to do, totally up to you. You do not have to do this. I'm going to take my lighter, and I'm not going to put the flame on the piece. I'm just going to hold it away from it just a tad bit, get it hot, and then mash it on my lighter to flatten that down, because that little tip is super sharp. So actually, I'm going to back my camera up. Get things kind of adjusted. All right. I'm doing this through a camera. Oop, my tail's sticking out still. Okay, so I'm doing this through my camera, so it may be a little wonky looking, but I'm going to light that, and I'm just going to hold it about right there. Just let it get hot. And then take that and just kind of smash that down a bit. Okay, I'm going to get a little bit closer. There, it flattened it perfect. Can do that one more time. Tad bit closer. There you go. Perfect. And there is our, let me get, where's my needle? There is my duck and my chicken. So now, the perfect little candy that I found that fits in here. If you want to use this to hide your candy, like I said, you can use this as a little finger puppet or to hide little candy for kids. But I found this little candy, and I'm pretty sure a lot of you know what it is, but if not, this little piece of candy measures, without the little twisted tips, about an inch. Let's see. Almost an inch and a quarter long, and then it's about a half an inch wide. These little candies, I have them wrapped, so the maker of this little candy can't come after me for any copyright issues. Fits right in there. And this one can go right in there. And then we slide these this one goes to this one. Slide these right inside of our eggs. You can leave the tail out or you can tuck the little tail in, so just the head sticking out. Just like that. I'm actually just now realizing I forgot to do the little hanger on the top. So if you want to add a little hanger at the top, I'm just going to take my orange, my 4mm, and that very top, the very tip top shell. Let's see. Actually, I'm going to flip it over. That tip top shell, I am going to slip stitch around the post of one of the doubles, and I'm going to chain 5, come down, and then I'm going to slip stitch around the double right next to it. Chain 1. No, don't fasten that off yet. Let's see if we like the height. I think that makes a good little hanger. Okay, now fasten off. So with the back of our egg facing us, that tip top shell, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 double crochets. Slip stitch around the second double crochet, chain 5 or however long you want it, come back down and slip stitch around the third double crochet, chain 1 and fasten off. All right. And then take your tails and pull them to the back. And there's a little hanger. Oop, I messed his bill up. Sorry, I completely forgot about that part. But that is it, guys. It's so adorable. I love it. All right, I hope you guys enjoyed this little tutorial. Hit that thumbs up if you did. Subscribe if you haven't so you don't miss what's next. And in the description box, there's all kinds of links down there. If you guys make this, I would love to see your rendition of it. Do you use it as a finger puppet? Do you use it to hide candy? Or you could put money inside of these little guys. Whatever you want to do. I think they're super adorable. And like I said, I found this one at the antique store. I had no idea what it was for, but I thought it was super cute and I wanted to recreate it for Easter. All right, guys, that's it. Hit that thumbs up if you enjoyed. Subscribe if you haven't so you don't miss what's next. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye.